Welcome, everyone, to Bell Park here in Clovis, New Mexico. Time for Hobbs Eagle Baseball, live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. It's going to be a windy afternoon as the Hobbs Eagles take on the Clovis Wildcats for the second and third game of the district lineup against these two squads. And, boy, like I said, windy. Gusts going up to about 50, 60 miles per hour. Steady winds 35 to 40, and it is a mess here. Now, they do have green grass inside the infield, but that's just inside the bases. The bases do have dirt. The mound, of course, is dirt, and the home plate area is dirt as well. Outfield is grass. So there might be some dirt issues. They've been doing a good job of keeping it watered down here at the park, so we'll have to see how that will help out the cause. But there's a doubleheader scheduled here. Hopefully the winds will die down in Game 2. But it's going to be a factor, especially in the outfield, as both teams are going to have to adjust out there. Of course, last night's game, the one-banger going on at Sportsman's Park in Hobbs. Big win for the Eagles, 12-2. They won it in a mercy roll fashion. Now, Hobbs kind of struggled early. Colton Graham, of course, the starting pitcher on the mound for the Eagles, gave up a whole handful of walks in that first inning. In fact, there was a total of 4 of them. And then Clovis able to manage to get a run out of that, led 1-0. Hobbs returns the favor, though, in the bottom of the first as they scored 3 runs and took the lead at that point, 3-1. So definitely after that, it was pretty much in the hands of the Hobbs Eagles to go on with the victory. It was 3-1 in the first. They added 2 more runs in the second to make it 5-1. Clovis did manage to score in the third to make it 5-2, and then the Eagles with the last 7 runs, 3 in the fifth and 4 in the sixth. Again, the final 12-2 mercy roll victory for the Eagles. In terms of the numbers in that game, Bernie Secoris hit a home run. He had an RBI, a couple of RBIs, and a couple of runs scored. And we're going to take a break here as we got the national anthem starting here in Clovis. So we'll take a 90-second break and get you back with some more numbers as this game gets ready. Hobbs versus Clovis on the road. Welcome back to Clovis, New Mexico. Time for some Hobbs Eagle baseball here on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Ty Friend here with you. Game 1 was yesterday against Clovis and Hobbs. Eagles winning 12-2. Game 2 and 3 today and tonight. We mentioned right before the break, talking about the hitting for the Eagles, Bernie Secoris getting a home run, 2 RBIs, a couple of runs scored. But the big numbers coming out of Eric McNabb in that game. He went 4 for 5 at the plate. Almost hit the cycle, just missing it by 1 double. But he did have a home run. That was a solo home run, an RBI for himself, and a run scored. A triple, also an RBI single, another single, a couple of runs, and a stolen base. So 4 for 5 from the plate. Of course, McNabb really doing the good job there offensively for the Eagles. Colton Graham added another home run for Hobbs. They had 3 total with Secoris, McNabb, and then Graham. He was 1 for 3. Solo homer for him as well, an RBI and a run scored plus a walk. Makai Brewer went 1 for 4 with a single. Edwin Perez also got a single for the Eagles. It was Isaiah Montez with a 2 RBI double and a run scored. And Easton Kirkendall, he was 1 for 3 with an RBI single. Now, 5 batters got hit by pitches from the Clovis staff on that game yesterday. So a couple guys a little bit sore after those. A couple right in the thick of the back, too. So Hobbs got rubbing themselves last night with some of that icy hot or something to get themselves back ready for this ball game. Hobbs ending up with 10 hits in the contest against Clovis yesterday. Were walked 5 times, but did strike out 9. So Clovis starter Jamison was managing to get some Ks early on in that contest. He was relieved by Josiah Mendoza later in that game. In terms of the pitching of the Eagles, pretty stellar work. Colton Graham, we mentioned he had several walks in that first inning, a total of 4, but he came back strong and finished up with 13 strikeouts in the contest. Only gave up 1 hit, unfortunately, a home run to Will Jordan. He tanked that one over the fence. That was in the second inning as they got a run scored on that one. And did walk 7 at the box there, according to 4 there in the first inning. So 1 hit, 7 walks, and 13 strikeouts for the pitching of Colton Graham. He did go the distance. Now, he was over 90 pitches. That means he will not be eligible to play until the Carlsbad series next week. So 2 games tonight he will not play. But, again, a great job to finish up with that victory there. Clovis pitching, as we mentioned, Jaden Jamison, the sophomore, 94 pitches yesterday. And then the other sophomore, Josiah Mendoza, saw some time. He had 45 pitches in that loss to the Hobbs Eagles. So Hobbs improves their district record of 4-0 on the season. And they also jump in terms of the overall record to 17-4. Clovis now 5-13, and they are now 0-4 in district. So they're looking for their first win of the season here, at least in the district schedule. So that pretty much gives you the wrap-up of what happened yesterday. Now, right now for the Wildcats, taking a look at their starting defensive lineup, Derek Bretz at first base, Quinn Culliver at second, and Jaden Jamison will be the third baseman. Shortstop will be Justin Lawson. Left to right in the outfield, Coben Rivera at the left side. The center fielder will be Ohaji Gardley, and then the right fielder, Josiah Mendoza. Pitcher for this ball game today will be on the mound for Clovis, Josiah Jimenez. And behind the plate at the catcher position, Joe Albert. Eagles will start off at the plate. Bernie Secoris, Eric McNabb, Colton Graham, and Mackay Brewer. And again, winds will be a factor in this contest. About 40 mile per hour sustained winds and gusts 50 to 60. Secoris will step up for the Eagles to get this thing moving. He's batting .388 this season. Total of 26 hits, 2 doubles, 5 triples, and 6 home runs to lead the team. Of course, we mentioned yesterday did hit that home run at home against Clovis. Also picked up another RBI on a walk. So 2 RBIs in that game, a couple of runs scored as well for Secoris. Hobbs wearing their black travel uniforms with the gold piping, gray pants, and Clovis the home whites with the purple numbers and hat. Of course, Secoris stepping up now. He is the lefty. Hobbs batting .313 this season. On-base percentage is a team at 48%, so a little bit less than half. Again, Hobbs was down early in that game yesterday, 1-0, but took the lead 3-1 in the bottom of the first. First pitch comes up, a fastball, a little high for ball 1. And Jimenez getting the start in this contest. One 1-0 count here as Jimenez fires the fastball low for ball 2. So good eye for 2 pitches now for Secoris. McNabb, Graham, and Brewer 2 through 4th in the order for the Eagles. Again, Clovis with only 1 hit yesterday, 10 for your Eagles. Here comes a 2-0. Fastball, swing and a miss, high pitch 2. Fortunately, no contact for Secoris. Count goes to 2-1. Underway just the first inning here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Slated for 7 innings on both of them. Went 5 yesterday on the mercy rule. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. Fastball inside for ball 3. So Secoris getting well ahead of the count here. Roswell and Carlsbad going at it today for a doubleheader. Of course, yesterday Carlsbad shut out Roswell 11-0. Fastball high for ball 4. It's already on base. First base runner for the Eagles, Bernie Secoris. And now it's Eric McNabb, a monumental day at the plate yesterday at Sportsman's Park. 4 for 5, almost hitting the cycle as we mentioned in the pregame. Had the home run, the triple, RBI single, and a separate single. Scored 2 runs, total of 2 RBIs, and 4 for 5 at the plate. Did have 1 strikeout, a little bit of a blemish there, but not much to speak of. Runner at first is Secoris after the walk. Mina's going to fire the fastball outside. Little flinch there, hits the outside corner for the strike. No rotation of the bat that time for McNabb. McNabb came into the game at .389 this season. Got 2 doubles, 2 triples, and a home run, 14 RBIs, and 21 hits total. Quick throw to first, not in time. Sliding back face first is Secoris back to the first bag. Gets there in time. We mentioned yesterday 8 sophomores on this Clovis team, so definitely got some youngsters going to be moving up the next couple of seasons. Hobbs with a total of 8 seniors. Fastball, swing and a miss for McNabb. And the count now 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes now to Eric McNabb, second in the order for the Eagles. No outs here in the top of the first. Mendoza taking his time here, turns and throws again to first, so a lot more balls going to the bags here in this game versus what we saw yesterday. Still count of 0-2, trying to stay alive at the plate is McNabb. The windup of the throw, Steele is on, fastball outside, and the slide in time to second, bounces off the bag, rolls out into center field. Another base will be picked up by Secoris, and then it was bobbled again by the center fielder. Now he's going to run home as Coach Boyle not putting up the stop sign that time. Way too much time on the relay coming out from center field that time as it bounced around. Haji Garley tried to pick it up, but a little bit too hot to handle. So already a run scored for Secoris. A lot of errors in terms of the balls coming in from the outfield. Should not have scored a run on that one. Maybe one base on the steal, which Secoris did get. So 1-0 early here. McNabb still fighting off a 1-2 count. Actually, no, that's a third strike. Yeah, he didn't even know about it. He's going to walk off here and kind of shaking his head with all the excitement from the score. He kind of forgot what the count was there, so he'll take a seat. First K of the game issued by Jimenez. So 1 down for the Eagles on the strikeout. Colton Graham, the shortstop. He's batting .348 this season. Graham with a total of 23 hits, 20 RBIs, 3 doubles, 3 triples, and a home run. Fastball high for ball 1. Yesterday, Graham hit the home run. Had an RBI and a run off of that, a solo homer, also a walk. He was 1 for 3 at the plate against Clovis pitching. Winds gusting big now, about 50 miles per hour here. These will be sustained wins, at least for this first game. Hopefully it'll die down a little bit later. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball right down the pike on the strike. Count even up at 1-1. Graham is third in the order for the Eagles. Makai Brewer, the cleanup man. Mendoza goes a fastball again. Swing and a miss for Graham, and that will be strike 2. Nice little mustard on the pitches there from Jimenez. And the windup in the throw. Fastball again. The middle of the bat's going to go high towards first, but the wind's going to mess with it towards right field. Zigzagging around, hits down, and that will be a single. Definitely going to be hard to field as it just barely hit the grass past the infield. Trying to go over there to get it, the second baseman, Culliver. You really got to give him some credit, at least try to get underneath that one. That's like a missile coming out on top of your head. So we're going to be pretty liberal on the hit calls in this game, as that will be a single for Graham. Eagles now with the runner at first. That is Graham. Remember, Secoris scored. He walked first and then stole second. Bad ball thrown to second, rolled out into center field, and then took a long time to get it in on the relay. Curveball inside, hit hard by Brewer, but right to first. It's bobbled by the first baseman. Couldn't get a grip on it, and that'll go down as an error. He probably could have just stamped the base and be done with it, but couldn't get it scooped up out of the dirt. So Makai Brewer gets on due to an error, and runners now at first and second for the Eagles. Brewer came in batting .385 on the season. He had 25 hits, 22 RBIs, 6 doubles, and 1 home run. Timeout called as Albert, the catcher, goes out and talks to the starting pitcher, Jimenez. DH up now, Edwin Perez. Perez batting .234, 11 hits on the season, 9 RBIs, 2 doubles. Perez yesterday went 1 for 4 with a single and a run, but struck out all 3 of the other times that he was at bat. Still 1 down here in the top of the first. Eagles up 1-0 off the score by Secoris. Fastball hits the outside corner for the strike. Perez just taking a peek at that one to see where the ball was going to come down. Game one of the doubleheader here in Clovis. Probably can hear a bunch of the wind in the background. Luckily got a spot right in front of the press box to block some of that wind. Fastball way outside. Jumping up is Albert. Sliding right to save that from going wild. That would have definitely advanced the runners at first and second for Hobbs. Count goes to 1-1 with one down. Perez fifth in the order. Bird and Alderete due up next. Jimenez going with the fastball. Hard shot right to the glove and the strike. Full swing by Perez, no contact for strike two. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Eagles trying to add on to a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first. Jimenez takes a look back at second. Big leadoff there by Graham. Turns and fires a fastball. Swing and a miss again for Perez, and he's going to go down on the strikeout. So some pretty decent pitching so far for Jimenez. Already 2 Ks. Still dealing with runners at first and second, though. And a bring up Major Bird starting at third base in this game. Bird batting .257. 9 hits, 12 RBIs, and 4 doubles with the homer. Bird did not play in yesterday's game at Sportsman's Park. Here comes Jimenez. Fastball hits the plate. Going to take a bounce, getting past Albert, and that will advance the runners on the wild pitch. So now we got runners at second and third. 2 outs here in the top of the first. Eagles knocking at the doors. Colton Graham would love to come home to extend the 1-0 lead. Little delay now for Jimenez. Checks the call behind the plate. Scooting right is Albert. Fastball high for ball 1. And, of course, he moved a little bit to the right to get better angle at the runner at third. That's Graham. And definitely wants to see him coming towards him, see what he has to do with it. Again, Hobbs with big leadoffs due to the 2 outs. Coach Boyle wants him to be aggressive on the bases. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball. Seems to be the bread and butter of Jimenez, and gets the strike call there. Put the count at 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Eagles with 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and an error so far here in the top of the first. Here's the windup in the throw. Curve it inside. Swing and a miss. And that'll be strike 2 for Bird. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Major Bird. Alderete, Kirkendall, and Singleton, 7 through 9 in the order for the Eagles. Working on their 5th win of the season. Fastball high for ball 2. Or correction, 3. It's a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Coach Boyle shouting some words of encouragement. Wants to keep this game going here in the first inning with more chances to score. Full count pitch coming from Jimenez. Fires the fastball high and gets the swing, and no contact for Bird. That's another strike. And number 3 on Bird. So 3 Ks issued by Jimenez. Eagles did manage 1 hit, leave 2 on base. 1 run comes across. We go to the bottom of the first. Your Eagles up 1-0 over Clovis on the road. We'll be coming back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Welcome back live here to Clovis. Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Your Eagles up 1-0. Bottom of the first. Clovis will be at bat. Zach McPeters is starter on the mound for the Eagles. This will be his 8th ball game of the season. He's got a 4-2 record at this point and a 2.73 ERA. Looking at your Eagle positions right now for Hobbs. Alderete at first, Secoris second, Bird at third. Singleton behind the plate, and Graham at shortstop. Going left to right in the outfield, Kirkendall, McNabb, and Brewer. So Zach McPeters will get the start here. Of course, 120 pitches is the max you can have as a starter here in the varsity level. So pretty much if he goes quite a few of the innings here, he will not be eligible until, of course, games until Thursday. One single game Thursday, a doubleheader on Friday against Carlsbad. So he will have to rest just a bit. Boy, the throw back after the warm-up from Singleton almost took off the head of McPeter, just barely off to his left chin there. Sailed back to second. Clovis will start it off with Justin Lawson, the shortstop. Lawson went 0 for 1 yesterday. Did pick up 2 walks to get on base and scored a run. He was the first run of the ball game. Clovis went up 1-0 in the first at Sportsman's Park. He is a lefty. Here comes McPeters, a fastball right down the middle for the strike. Wildcats getting the 1 hit yesterday, the home run by Will Jordan, the right fielder. Fouled off to the left side off the fastball, heading towards the parking lot, hits the street and takes a roll out in the alleyway out there. Don't see Will Jordan in the lineup in this ball game either. That's kind of a question mark. Home run hitter there. Fastball going high for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bottom of the first inning. Clovis first at bat. McPeters comes, fastball, hit right through him out through second as well to center field. Go down as a single for Lawson. So a runner for the Clovis Wildcats gets a fist bump from his assistant coach there on the first base coaching box. Actually don't really have a coaching box outlined out there, so he's standing somewhere near first, the coach. Joe Albert, the catcher, now steps up. He played center field in last night's game, went 0 for 2, couple of strikeouts, and walked. Mentioned that Clovis was able to get 4 walks in the first inning yesterday before settling down Colton Graham and finish up with 13 Ks in the Mercy Roll victory, 12-2. Fastball down the middle as Albert holds on it and takes the first pitch a strike. Takes a look over to Coach Cruz now for the signals at the third base box. Eagles sitting in the left dugout and purple and white in the right. Fastball outside and low. Singleton had to go move over to get that one. Thought about throwing it down to first, but held on to it as Lawson gets back in time. Got out already, kind of get out of his flat-footed situation there as he thought the ball was going to be coming, and the sun's right in his face, too. Another leadoff for Lawson at first. 1 ball and a strike. McPeter's going to fire the fastball, low pitch. Albert takes a swing, and it goes right to the home plate there for the foul. So McPeters now getting 1 up on Albert. He's second in the order for the Wildcats. Josiah Mendoza and Coben Rivera, 3rd and 4th in the order for the Wildcats. Here comes the 1-2 fastball. Swing and a miss. Mustard on that pitch. And that will be strike 3 for Albert, the first K issued by McPeters. Third in the order now, Josiah Mendoza, who's the pitcher today. Josiah Mendoza 0 for 3 yesterday. Ground out to the pitcher and second base and a strikeout. Fastball bounces off the plate, and the chest protector of Singleton bounces in front and makes a good job of scooping the ball up and taking a look over at first to see what Lawson was going to do over there, and gets back to first. Good effort there for Singleton. Peters looked back at first, turn and fire the fastball, whacked out to short. Should be a good play for Graham here. Bobbled it, though, in between second and third, and that'll go down as an error. Would have had time to throw it to second to get that out against the base runner, Lawson. And Secoris was waiting for the ball, but bobbled there at short. So the error to get Jimenez at first. So runners now at first and second for the Wildcats. Just 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Stepping up now, the lefty, Coben Rivera, the left fielder. He was 0 for 2 yesterday. Started off with a walk, got a strikeout, and ground out back to the pitcher. Curveball inside, gets some air out towards right center. That's going to get and a roll towards the warning track, hits the wall. That'll at least be an RBI double. We'll see if another run comes. They're going to send 2 runners. Long relay coming in from center field and not in time. So it ends up actually being a triple, and 2 runs scored. 2 RBI triple for Coben Rivera. Run scored by Lawson and Josiah Mendoza. And Clovis takes a lead now. 2-1 here in the bottom of the first. Still one out. Runner's going to stay at third, Colton Rivera. So a 2 RBI triple. Now the lefty Quinn Culliver, the second baseman. Fastball outside for ball one. Culliver went 0 for 2 yesterday. Got a walk and also an RBI on that. Strikeout and a fly to second. Curve inside. He fouls this off left. It's going to go over the side fence out into the street and takes a roll there. Just one out here. 1-1 count to Culliver. Here comes McPeters with the pitch. Fastball off the end of the bat. Right back to McPeters. He's going to run down to home plate. Toss it off to the catcher with a nice slap in the face there by Singleton. Didn't mean to do that, but the runner came at him and got the tag at home to stop the run. Good decision there. Peters put on the brakes midway between the mound and home plate to see what the runner was going to do, whether he might go back, and just got close to the plate and flicked it over to Singleton, who took the face off of the base runner for Clovis. That was Colton Rivera. So fielder's choice by Culliver. Derek Bretz up now. Fastball outside and a half swing there by Bretz. Probably like to have that one back on the strike. Bretz is the first baseman. Went 0 for 3 yesterday. 2 Ks and a ground to third. Comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball high for ball one to even up the count at 1-1. 2-1 your score. Bottom of the first. 2 runs put across by the Wildcats. Going off a 2 RBI triple by Rivera. Here's the 1-1 inside curve and knuckler. High shot over to Graham. Easy one-handed catch right in front of his chest for the out number 3. So the Wildcats managed 2 hits. 2 runs come across. They leave 1 on base. And they lead 2-1 over your Hobbs Eagles. We'll take a 60-second break. Come back live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. We're back in Clovis. Hobbs Eagle Baseball live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Ty Friend here with you. The Eagles up now, down 2-1 here in the top of the second. Hobbs now 7th in the order. Marcus Alderetti, the first baseman. Alderetti on the season at the plate, batting .268, has 11 hits, 12 RBIs. The windup in the throw coming from Jimenez, a low one, curve, and it's going to be wobbled out towards left on the foul over towards the Hobbs Eagle dugouts. Alderetti yesterday in that win over Clovis. Actually did not play in yesterday's game. Forgot about that. Was not on the lineup. Did get some courtesy runner time, though. Here comes Jimenez now at the fastball. Walked off the handle over too short. That's Lawson. Fires a high one and having to step up on the ladder to make the pull down was the first baseman, Bretz, for the out. And he has a little bit of size out there and reached the big glove high in the air and went up on the tiptoes to make that snag of the throw. So he ground out over too short for the out off the 6-3 from Alderetti. Easton Kirkendall, the left fielder now for the Eagles. Kirkendall was 1 for 3 yesterday. An RBI single, was hit by a pitch, got on due to an error as well. He's batting .300 this season, 15 hits, 10 RBIs, 3 doubles, and a home run. Fastball low, and they're going to say barely got the bottom of the strike zone there. So strike called against Kirkendall. He's 8th in the order for the Eagles. Nobody on the bases, 1 down here in the top of the second. Mendoza with the fastball. Middle of the bat goes foul right over the Clovis dugout. Gets another roof in the facility here. So Kirkendall's got to protect the plate with an 0-2 count now. Kenyon Singleton due up next, ninth in the order. Here comes the windup and the throw from Jimenez. Fastball high for ball one. Again, the Eagles were down 1-0 yesterday before scoring 3 runs to take that 3-1 lead. Really piled on the runs toward the end of the game. 7 total in the 5th and 6th inning to win 12-2 in the Mercy Rule victory. Here's the 1-2 fastball. Bounces off the front of the right in front of the plate, and shuffling over to the right side to make the stop was Albert, the catcher. No runners to worry about in terms of the wild pitch if it had gotten that way. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Kirkendall. Mena's not taking a lot of time now with the reload. Fastball high for ball 3. A full count now. Coming back is Kirkendall. Kirkendall with a 45% OBP getting on the base. And the full count pitch. Fastball high for ball 4. So 2 walks have been issued to the Eagles. 1 from Secoris and now Kirkendall. He'll be the first base runner here in the top of the second. Bottom of the order, Kenyon Singleton, the catcher. Singleton came on a .240 batting average today with 12 hits, 15 RBIs, 4 doubles, and a home run. Singleton yesterday was the recipient of 2 balls hitting him on his body. He got 2 freebies to first base, went 0 for 2 otherwise, strikeout and a fly to right. It's a little bit sore after those pitches yesterday. In fact, the Eagles had 5 hit-by pitches. First pitch, a ball high to Singleton. Count now 1-0. 1 down for the Eagles, top of the second, trailing 2-1 to Clovis. Hobbs with 1 hit and 2 for the Wildcats. In fact, that doubles their numbers from yesterday. We're not even through the second inning yet. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike to even it up at 1-1. Quick look over to first for Jimenez. Looks back again to see how much of a gap there is between the runner and first base, Kirkendall. High fastball. As Albert held on to it for a second, thought about throwing it to first. Pitch going way high that time. Count goes to 2-1. Another big lead off at first for Kirkendall. Expect to see a throw over there pretty quickly here by Jimenez. Turns and fires the pitch instead high for ball 3. So Singleton getting a little bit of breathing room here. Has about a pitch or so to burn. Wind's gusting up quite a bit again. Luckily we have somewhat of a roof and press box to block some of it. Time was called as Albert, the catcher, heads out and talks to Jimenez at the mound. Not sure if you can hear some of that wind in the background, but it's starting to pick up quite a bit. So 1 down for the Eagles, 3-1 count to Singleton, 9th in the order for Hobbs. Fastball, and it looks like it's going to be a walk issued here. Kind of a delay from the ump on that one, but the walk issued to Singleton. So 2 walks in a row for the Eagles, and they got base runners now at first and second thanks to Singleton and Kirkendall. Top of the order, another guy that picked up a walk to start the game. That was Bernie Secoris. And Hobbs will also bring in a courtesy runner, Hector Armendariz. Getting the chance to run some bases for the Eagles. Definitely a speedster out there for Hobbs. The lefty's up now. Bernie Secoris, as we mentioned, got the walk, scored the first run of the ball game for the Eagles, and stole a base. Runners at first and second for the Eagles. Secoris takes the first strike pitch right down the pike for the strike. Secoris has one of the best on-base percentages on the team at 53% this season, more than half the time he's going to get there for you. Here's the 0-1. Check swing on the fastball. They're going to get the strike on that one. Said he went around too much. So now facing an 0-2 count is Secoris. Runners at first and second for the Eagles with 1 down. They trail 2-1 here in the top of the second. Shifting left is Albert. Curve comes inside. Popping back a little bit is Secoris for the ball. Gets the count to 1-2 as he adjusts his glove on the left side this time and smoothing it out on the bat there. Back in the box goes Secoris. Leadoffs at first and second for Hobbs, of course. The steal is on. Curve inside, a high one going towards third and going in foul territory. And then the shortstop comes over and catches it over the shoulder on the third baseline. Well behind the bag that time. Nice effort for Lawson to get over there to back up his third baseman. And some good effort going to make that catch. Thought he was just going to let that go, but headed out there. That was Jamison at third, but the catch made by Lawson, the shortstop, on the fly out for Secoris. Hobbs also had a steal on there as Kirkendall was already headed halfway to third base before that ball was caught in foul territory in front of the Hobbs Eagle dugout left side. So runners now at first and second, still with two down. Jimenez goes fastball, ricochet off the bat for McNabb and goes right to the middle of the backstop. McNabb has a strikeout back in the first inning. Coming off that 4-for-5 day yesterday, almost hitting the cycle, -1 double. Umpire gets rid of the one ball and puts in another here. So far, the Eagles have struck out 3 times, have 1 hit, and have walked 3 times off the pitching of Jimenez. Little delay here as he checks out the call from Albert. Turns and fires the fastball low. They're going to try to throw down the steal, not in time, as it is converted for the Eagles. That was Easton Kirkendall. Actually, no, that's a courtesy runner. Armendaris there at third off the steal. So runners at second and third. Armendaris has picked up his second stolen base of the season. Back to the 1-1 count now to McNabb. Minnis turns and fires. Fastball inside and getting down on his knees. The ball's loose from Albert, the catcher. He can't find it. Gets behind the umpire. As some of the fans yelling the umpire to get out of the way that time as he got right on top of the ball like he had hatched an egg down on the dirt. And that will score a run for the Eagles as bringing across the plate is Easton Kirkendall off the wild pitch from Jimenez. Score now 2-2 as Hobbs evens up this ball game here in the top of the second. Runner at third for Hobbs, and that is Singleton. McNabb with a 2-1 pitch. Curve inside, deep towards center field. Then it stops up a little bit, hits the ground. The wind dropped it hard. That'll be an RBI double as he's going to slide to second just in time. The ball kind of bounces to the second baseman, Culliver. But, boy, he took a tumble over that second bag for McNabb. So an RBI double for Eric. Scoring Singleton, and Eagles now up 3-2. Hobbs getting 2 runs here in the second, and McNabb having to get rid of some of the dirt. Of course, we got dirt around the bases here. Green on around the pitching mounds. Dirt at home, and then green in the outfield. Hobbs leads 3-2 now, top of the second. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second. Eagles were trailing 2-1 coming into this second inning. Now Colton Graham, the single, back in the first inning. Hobbs with 2 hits now. Jimenez peeks back at second. Fires the fastball, low for ball 1. Eagles have 2 outs now. Graham is third in the order for the Eagles. Graham with 20 RBIs this season. He's in the top 4. Jimenez with the windup in the throw. Curve it inside off the handle. And ricochets it back to the catcher. Count goes to 1-1. Jimenez takes a peek back at second. Big leadoff coming for the Eagles now. That's McNabb after that RBI double. Shifting his feet just a little bit, trying to catch the peripheral vision there. Curve inside. Goes through the gap between second and third. Rolls into left. And they're going to send the runner. Boy, Coach Boyle gambling. All the way home comes the run for McNabb. That's an RBI single for Colton Graham. So he's got 2 hits, 2 for 2 at the plate. McNabb comes across, and Eagles now up 4-2. Kind of what happened yesterday, too. Early lead for Clovis, and Hobbs just comes back quickly. Now a total of 3 hits so far for the Eagles. Makai Brewer, the cleanup man, got on due to an error back in the first. Takes Jimenez on a curve inside and gets a ball on that one. Colton Graham still at second. 4-2 ball game with 2 down. They're in the top of the second. Slated for 7 innings here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Mendoza goes to the fastball, whacked hard towards second. A backhand gets through, though, out to center field. Trying to get it was Culliver, and have to be sent in from the center fielder, but a run will score off the RBI single. Gartley had to back it up there, and not enough time to get it to home. So an RBI single, 3 hits in a row for the Eagles. That time scoring Colton Graham. It's now 5-2. 4 runs here in the second inning. 3-run lead for the Eagles, still 2 down. Lead off for Brewer at first. He's the only base runner now. Here's the one-up and throw. Jimenez going fastball down the middle for the strike as Perez waited on that one. Takes a look back at the umpire. Thought it was a little too high that time, but no change on the call. 0-1 count. Fastball outside for ball 1. Albert kind of playing around with the glove just a little bit behind the plate, kind of moving it into strike zone territory, trying to get the ump to change it up a little bit there. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Edwin Perez, the DH, who struck out back in the first inning. Takes the fastball high. Good eye for ball 2. Perez 5th in the order for the Eagles. Major Bird due up next if he gets a shot. There are 2 outs. Mendoza takes a peek over at third. Nobody there. Turns and fires the fastball. High and outside for ball 3. So now, big turnaround as Perez taking advantage of the calls here so far. 3 balls and 1 strike. Big pitch coming here from Jimenez. Fastball, swing and a miss for strike 2. We got ourselves a full count now. Good velocity on that pitch and a full rotation on the bat by Perez. Hobbs trying to keep some runs coming across. Lead by 3 now here in the top of the second. Runner at first still is Brewer. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. It dropped third strike, but they're going to go ahead and say it was already in the glove of the catcher. So that'll sit Perez down. That is the 3rd out for the Eagles. They do manage 3 hits. Get a total of 4 runs that come across, and they leave 1 on base. We head to the bottom of the second. Hobbs up now, 5-2 over Clovis. Come back with us in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Zach McPeters working on his warm-up pitches here, bottom of the second. Hobbs leading 5-2. Hit count so far, Hobbs with 4 hits and 2 for the Wildcats. 3-run lead for Hobbs. Clovis brings to the plate. 7th in the order, Josiah Mendoza, the right fielder, seeing his first time at the plate in this one. Mendoza not at the plate yesterday in the game in Hobbs. Did see some time, though, as a relief pitcher late in the contest. Fastball low, coming over the top of it. On the swing, Mendoza, no contact for the strike. He's a lefty. Quick reload for McPeters. Fastball high for the ball. Evens up the count at 1-1. Getting here in the bottom of the second. Wildcats second at bat. 1-1 pitch from McPeters, curving inside off the end of the bat, hits the left back stub. And foul territory. Count goes to 1-2. Hobbs with 1 run in the first, 4 in the second. Clovis had 2 in the first inning. We're up 2-1 early. Here's the 1-2 pitch, curveball, swing and a miss, and that'll sit down on the strikeout. Josiah Mendoza. The second K issued by Zach McPeters. And now it's Bernie Lopez at the plate. He's the DH in this one. He's 8th in the order. Lopez did not play yesterday in Hobbs. Peter's not going to give him much time to warm up. Fastball, hard one, and kind of pirouetting is Lopez as he lost control of that, and no contact on the ball for the strike. Peters comes back with a fastball low. Over the top goes Lopez. Strike number 2. So he's basically an 0-2 count now to McPeters. Already one down for the Wildcats. Wind's gusting up quite a bit here. Wind up in the throw. Fastball. Middle of the bat. Going to foul off to the right side. Hitting another one of the building roofs here and bouncing hard off the metal. Staying alive with an 0-2 count there, getting contact. Coach Cruz has some last-minute instructions for his DH. Here comes McPeters with an 0-2 pitch. Curveball off the middle of the bat, going to roll slow out towards Graham. It's short. Turns and fires it to first in time and connects with Alderete for a 6-3 on the ground out. So Lopez will take a seat. Last in the order now, Haji Gardley, the center fielder. Gardley came in late in the game yesterday. Takes the first fastball for the strike. Actually, Gardley came in, I think it was the second inning yesterday for Gutierrez, and he got a walk and a strikeout. Fastball for number 2 strike. Gardley trying to get that bat somewhere near the ball. Some quick pitches from McPeters. Another fastball comes, bounces off the plate, and ricochets off for a second as Singleton bats it down. Count goes to 1-2. 2 down for the Wildcats. Here in the bottom of the second, they trail the Eagles by 3, 5-2. Here comes a 1-2 pitch from McPeters. Fastball outside for ball 2. Heading to the top of the order next for the Wildcats, Justin Lawson, who hit the single to start the ball game and scored a run. The 2-2, curveball right down the middle. That's strike 3. And the third out as well. 2 Ks in that bottom of the second. No hits, nobody on the bases, and we get no runs across for the Wildcats. Go to the top of the third. Your Eagles up 5-2. Coming back in just 60 seconds on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Your Hobbs Eagles up 5-2, top of the third inning. No runs scored for Clovis, bottom of the second. Eagles going to their second order batters now at their number 6 as Major Bird will step up. He struck out for the last out of the first inning. Bird with a 50% batting or on base percentage, who gets there exactly half of the time he gets a chance to swing the bat. Mentioned Bird did not play yesterday, but has a .257 batting average. Takes the first pitch, swings hard on the fastball for the strike. Another big gust comes through the stadium here. And a lot of smoke you can start to smell. Red flag warnings going on throughout the state, especially in the southeast. Curveball almost hits Bird. He's got to kind of throw his back to the left just a bit to get away from it. Evens up the count at 1-1. Of course, Eagles hit with 5 pitches yesterday. So Freebie's going to first. Here's the 1-1. Whoop, he takes a little stop here, and Jimenez now going to throw the pitch outside, and he was kind of his footing completely off on that one. He started to get ready to throw the windup and then kind of slid the foot forward on the rubber, sliding just a bit, and then the pitch going outside. Count now 2-1. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball yanked out hard towards left. It's got a lot of air heading towards the fence and the warning track. It's going to take a bounce at the warning track, and that'll be a double for Major Bird. Never know what you're going to get in games like this with a heavy wind gust, and that one took to be a double. Thought that was going to go hit the wall, but then the wind kind of picked it up a little bit more. So Hobbs now with 5 hits. Bird now 1 for 2 at the plate. And that brings up Marcus Alderetti, the first baseman. He hit a grounder to short back in the second inning. Alderetti has a total of 12 RBIs this season. Eagles with no outs here in the top of the third, leading 5-2. Late swing on a fastball. A blooper going on the bounce to Jimenez at the pitching mound as he flips it over to first for the easy out to Bretz. In fact, he was in front of the mound that time, about halfway between home plate and the start of the pitching mound. So the ground out for Alderetti. Easton Kirkendall, 8th in the order. He walked back in the second inning, had a stolen base and a run scored. Bounces the bat off the top of his left foot. Alderetti, actually with that time that he had on that blooper, got Bird all the way to third, so he's ready to score again. Fastball, low and outside for strike one. Coming across the plate was Kirkendall. Unfortunately, could not make contact. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Eagles up 5-2 after 4 runs in the second. Fastball off the handle, take a bounce through second out to center. That will score a run on the RBI single for Kirkendall. And that will bring home Major Bird for a run. Hobbs now up 6-2. Total now of 6 hits for the Eagles and 2 for the Wildcats. Big turnaround here as we extend to the third inning. 4-run lead for the Eagles with just 1 out. Kenyon Singleton, who walked back in the second, he is 9th in the order. Takes a fastball at the bottom of the strike zone for the strike call. Decided not to swing the bat that time. Singleton also scored a run. The second of the ball game for the Eagles, or actually third. That's when Hobbs got that back in the second. Jimenez to the fastball, knuckler off the handle, middle of the backstop on the foul. Eagles will go to the top of the order for a third time after Singleton. Secoris, McNabb, and Graham 1 through 3. Jimenez gets himself readjusted on the rubber, turns and fires a fastball outside. The steal is on. The throw to second, not in time. Some good base running there for the Eagles. And that'll be Kirkendall now with the steal. He's got 2 steals already, had one back in the second inning as well. So Kirkendall, in terms of steals this season, as the wind tries to rip my stat sheet right out of my hand, so I got to get my glove work going here. That's his 10th steal of the season. Into double digits now for the Eagles. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Major gust now, the worst of the ball game. Hurricane wins. Fastball outside as Jimenez decides to go ahead and pitch anyway and gets the ball. Of course, we had those big windy games a few weeks back at Hobbs. They decided to go ahead and play those, and major mess there. And we have field turf at that place. Here, of course, there's some dirt on the outfield or infield between first, second, and third, but they had a good job of wetting it down before this game. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Singleton with the runner at second, which is Kirkendall after the steal and the single, RBI single. Fastball high, whacked hard out to left field. It's going back about halfway, a leaping one-handed catch over the shoulder by Rivera, and that will be the fly out for Singleton. You can hear the whack of the bat that time, but unfortunately the wind kept it just about shoulder height for the catch out and left. So out number 2 for the Eagles. Top of the order now, Bernie Secoris. Secoris 0 for 1. He flew out and also had a walk, a run, and a stolen base. He's a lefty, top of the order for the Eagles. 2 down here in the top of the third. Hobbs up 6-2. Curveball comes inside and hits Secoris. So he'll be hit by a pitch. That's the first one of this ball game. Secoris was hit in his first appearance at the plate yesterday at Sportsman's Park, 1 of 5 hit by pitches yesterday. So 2 down still for the Eagles. As Secoris took the run to first, and now it's Eric McNabb at the plate. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI double and a run scored, but struck out in his first at bat. Minna's going to go with the fastball high for ball 1. Eagles playing aggressive on the bases with the 2 outs, and boy, Coach Boyle sent one home on previous play, gutsy call there and scored the run. So he definitely wants to get as many on the board as he can get against the Wildcats. Jimenez looks back at second, turns and fires. Fastball outside, little flinch there by McNabb and doesn't come across and gets the ball. Count goes to 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes to McNabb. Force out at third for the Wildcats. Jimenez looking back at second to check out the base runner. Turns and fires a fastball. A little late swing off the middle of the bat, but goes right to the netting on the right side of the plate behind for the foul. Looks like the umpire is checking the ball now and says it's okay to go. Gives it back to Albert, the catcher of the Wildcats. Count now to 2-1 to Eric McNabb. He's second in the order. Graham and Brewer, third and fourth, due up next, but there are 2 outs on the scoreboard. Jimenez is going to change the pitch call a few times as Albert gives him a signal he didn't want. Fastball high in the strike zone for ball 3. Good eye for McNabb. Continues to do a lot of practice swings in between each pitch here, too. It's like he wants to get that out into left field. That's where he's been aiming the bat. Here comes the 3-1 for Jimenez. Fastball, late swing, and a miss for a full count now on the strike. 3-2 to Eric McNabb. He looks over to Coach Boyle and gets some signal there. Boyle trying to get the attention of Easton Kirkendall at second to give him a signal in terms of moving around the bases here. Looking for an RBI here from Singleton if you can get one. Fastball at the end of the bat, could take a roll towards second. Should be easy for Culliver. Fires it off to first on the sidewinder and connects over at first to Bretz. Off the 4-3. So a ground out for Eric McNabb for out number 3. The Eagles do get 2 hits. They leave 2 on the base. And 1 run scores. Your Eagles up 6-2 as we head to the bottom of the third. You're listening to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Clovis at the plate now here in the bottom of the third. Hobbs up 6-2 over the Wildcats. The start of the second roster at the plate now for the Wildcats. Justin Lawson, number 1 on the order. He's 1 for 1, a single and a run scored to start the ball game. Zach McPeters throws a fastball, comes off the edge of the bat. A dribbler out to Graham. It's short, fires it to first in time and gets the out. He leaped in the air to flick that one. He's right near second base as he got the scoop and gets the first put out there for Colton Graham. The ground out for Lawson.
Joe Albert, the batter.
Second in the order now, Joe Albert, the catcher. He struck out back in the first inning. Still a 6-2 lead for your Eagles. The windup of the throw for McPeters, a curveball, clips the inside corner. Albert takes the strike and looks over to Coach Cruz on that third base line. Quick reload for McPeters. Fastball low and outside for ball 1. Good eye for Albert. Well, that dirt's really flying around. Going to get a piece of that in my eye here pretty quickly. Here comes a 1-1 from McPeters. Fastball off the handle and goes into the middle of the backstop for the foul off of Albert's bat. Albert second in the order for the Wildcats. Jimenez and Rivera at 3 and 4. 1 down here in the bottom of the third. Here's the pitch from McPeters. Curveball. Late swing for Albert underneath it and gets strike 3. That's his second K, and the 4th K issued by Zach McPeters on the mound. I mentioned he came into the game today at 4-2 overall win-loss record, 8th appearance of the year, and a 2.73 ERA. Another big gust coming through here. Fastball, hard shot out towards left center field. This is going to be at least a single. It'll take a roll. No, it goes over the fence. That's a home run, left center. That's at the 394 foot mark there in left center. Home run for Josiah Mendoza, the pitcher. Picks up an RBI for himself and a run. Third hit of the game for the Wildcats. And that'll make it 6-3 off the run for the Cats. Thought that was going to bounce in the warning track, but had just enough to go over the fence. Fourth in the order, the cleanup man, Colton Rivera. He's got a 2 RBI triple. Also, that was it, actually. His first hit, 1 for 1. Fastball. Knuckler's going to go to second base. Secoris sidewinds it over to first and connects with Alderetti for out number 3 off the 4-3. So, 1 hit converted for the Wildcats. That was a home run by Jimenez. 1 run comes across. Nobody left on the bases. 6-3 your score. Hobbs doubling up the Wildcats. We'll take a quick 60-second break and come back with the 4th inning live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. The winds continue to blow here in Clovis, 40 to 45 miles per hour. Some gusts even higher than that. Seen plenty of those in this game. It's in the 4th inning here, top of the 4th. Hobbs at the plate. They lead 6-3 after a home run converted by the starting pitcher for the Wildcats, Josiah Mendoza. Both teams getting 1 run in the 3rd inning. Hobbs now 3rd in the order for their 3rd time around at batting. Colton Graham, the shortstop, he's 2 for 2, has a pair of singles. One of those an RBI single, also scored a run. So he's definitely doing a good job of making contact in this game. This is game 1 of the doubleheader here live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Game 2 will be following about 20 minutes after. First pitch from Jimenez, the guy to hit the home run, is wild as it sails to the web netting behind right of home plate. Bounces back out to him at the pitching mound. He had to go ahead and get it a little bit off to the side there, but must be a pretty tight net. 1-0 count now. Jimenez still smiling about that last pitch. Fastball high for ball 2. Good eye for Colton Graham. Makai Brewer, cleanup man next. He's 1 for 2. Got on with an RBI single and an error prior to that. Here's the 2-0 coming from Jimenez. Fastball low for ball 3. So well ahead of the count now is Graham. Takes a practice swing, comes back in the box. He's got a few pitches to burn here. Expect a fastball on this one. That's exactly what it is, but it's outside for ball 4. So Graham gets the walk. That's the 4th walk issued to the Eagles so far by Jimenez. And now 4th in the order, cleanup, Makai Brewer. Mentioned he was 1 of 2. An error got him on, and an RBI single. One of the lefties of the Eagles, of course. Big lead off at first for Graham. No outs here in the top of the 4th. Fastball, and that's going to be out of play on the foul side of the first base. That's going to hit the sidewall and continue to roll. Actually comes back onto the playing field there at the 3:30 mark, as having to track it down for Clovis was Mendoza, the right fielder. Deep in that right corner. If he can just straighten that out just an inch, that's going to be a roller for about a triple. Score a run, too, because they got the runner of Graham at first. 0-1 count as Jimenez continues to face Brewer. He's going to throw to first, and diving back in time with the hands stretched out is Graham. Face first into the dirt. take a few seconds, catch his breath, and now back out to the leadoff. Jimenez turns, fires, fastball high, swing and a miss for Brewer. Count goes to 0-2. 6 hits so far for the Eagles, a total of 4 walks, and have struck out 4 times. It's off the pitching of Jimenez. Throws it again to first, low one this time. Scooping it out of the ground is Bretz. Definitely not one when you want to have a wild throw going there and advance the runner. Count still 0-2 against Brewer. The steal is on. He fakes the throw to first and sees that the runner is going to second, and he's safe underneath the tag. Home plate umpire might overrule the call here as he walks out of the field. Boy, he might overrule this call. He's walking out to the pitcher's mound now and calling his second base umpire over. He just clarifying what the call was there. You definitely see it was safe in terms of the signal, but I think he wanted to see if there was even a tag at all. So that steal is converted for the Eagles by Colton Graham. It's his first of the game. Graham now with the total for steals on the season at 10. He's in double digits now. 0-2 count still. Been here for a mile of time is Brewer at the plate. Struck one and flew out one as well. Mentioned he has an RBI single already, does Brewer. 23 on the season in terms of total RBIs. Fastball outside for ball 1. He's currently sitting in second place in terms of team stats for RBIs. The leader is Secoris with 28. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Brewers. The winds pick up once again. Got monsoon season here in Clovis without the rain. Time called is coming out of the box. His Brewer is guaranteeing a lot of guys are going to be wiping dirt out of their eyes in this one, and grit and everything else that's flying through the air. Red flag warning, a lot worse than what we're seeing in Lee County tonight as I left town earlier. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Jimenez. Fastball outside. Jumping up to keep it from going wild was Albert to save it for the Wildcats and make sure the runner gets back to second, Graham. Count evens up at 2-2, but Eagles still with no outs here in the top of the 4th. They lead 6-3, doubling up on the Wildcats. Jimenez takes some time now for the pitch. Looks, turns back to second, and just waits for the runner to get back, so Graham obliges him to get there. Jimenez returns to the rubber now as he wants to pitch. 2-2 count. Brewers spot himself back from an 0-2 count to even up at 2-2. Fastball high for ball 3. We got a full count now, so big comeback here for Brewer. Brewer with 6 doubles this season and a home run. Fastball, swing and a miss, and it's a drop third strike. Then you get a tag in the back there by Albert, who picks up the ball going down the first baseline and right in the middle of the back. So that'll be a strikeout for Brewer. That's the 5th K issued by Jimenez. And now they go to 5th in the order for the Eagles, Edwin Perez. He struck out twice, 0 for 2 so far as a time called. Coach Cruz going to go out there and talk to his starter, and we just got some stuff in his eye and try to get that out of here. We'll take a break ourselves. 30-second break as your Eagles lead 6-3 at the plate with 1 down. Up next is Perez back with us in 30 seconds. Welcome back to Clovis. Ty Friend here with you. Hobbs Eagle Baseball. The Eagles lead 6-3 over the Wildcats. 1 down here in the top of the 4th. Eagles up by the 3. At the plate is Perez. Takes a high fastball for ball 1. Perez 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Runner at second is Graham. He got a stolen base to get there. Eagles with 6 hits so far, including a couple of doubles. The rest 4 singles. Time called as Jimenez comes off the rubber and looks back at second. He's really concerned about the base running of Colton Graham, it seems like. Graham 2 for 2 in this ball game. 2 singles, an RBI, a run, and a stolen base. Jimenez looks and stares back at Graham, going in between second and third now, wanting to get that steal. Jimenez going to turn and fire to second, and he threw that to the right of the bag as Graham gets to the left of it well in time. Kind of surprised he's throwing it to the right there and way away from where the tag would have been on the left of the bag. Count 1-0 now to Edwin Perez. He is 5th in the order. Major Bird due up next, who got a double and a run earlier. He's 1 for 2 at the plate. Here comes the pitch. Fastball high and outside for ball 2. Of course, the big basketball stuff going on this weekend. The Gus Macker at downtown Hobbs. First game's at 8 a.m. and, of course, Sunday as well. So lots of cool stuff. Slam dunk competition. Great way to spend a couple of days. Free for the public, of course, but there are concession stands and volleyball tournaments. Horse competition. Jimenez now firing a 2-0 pitch high for ball 3. So well over the count here is Edwin Perez. Time called. Catcher Albert going to go out there and talk to Jimenez. Switch some things up just a bit. The other games underway tonight, Roswell and Carlsbad. The Cavemen got an 11-0 win, a shutout mercy rule last night for the first game of the 3-game set. They have a doubleheader tonight. Each team will play each other once in terms of head-to-head, 3 games between them on the set. Jimenez now 3-0 count against Perez. Fastball low. Whoa! Umpire calls that a strike, and that was just above the ankles, it seemed like. It was a dropping pitch, but it seemed like you have to have a golf 9-iron or something to take care of that one. 3 balls and 1 strike now to Edwin Perez. Eagles still with that 1 out, and Graham at second. Leads 6-3. Fastball comes inside for ball 4. So 2 walks have been issued here in this 4th inning. Graham and Perez, both recipients. Bases now first and second covered with those 2 runners. And Major Bird steps up with that double from earlier and a run. He's 1 for 2 on the night so far. We are slated for 7 here in Clovis, here in the top of the 4th. Kind of a slow-moving game. Eagles will have the leadoffs at first and second. Has been slowing down his pitches quite considerably as the game has gone along, and time called in the box. Stepping out is Major Bird. Jimenez turns, fires a fastball, dropping ball as it comes across the plate for the strike as Bird backed away from it a little early on that one. Counts 0-1 now with 1 out. Again, 6-3 the score. Favor your Hobbs Eagles thanks to 4 runs in the 2nd inning. They were down 2-1 at that point. Fastball, hard smack out to center field to take a 1 bouncer. Gets by the center fielder. Culliver's got to chase it down to the wall now. That's going to score 2 runs, possibly more. And boy, he's going to continue to chug it out to third. He's coming all the way home. The throw to home will not be in time. So a bunch of guys coming through on that one, 3 to be exact. Boy, the ricochet off the center fielder. And he should have had that off the 1 bouncer. It should have been just a single and ends up clearing the bases for the Eagles. So now 9-3. Hobbs up by 6. A little bit of a confusion going on there in the center field. As trying to make the play for Clovis was Ohaji Gardley. Fastball bounces off the plate to Marcus Aldretti. So Bird ends up getting a 3 RBI hit there and scoring Graham, Perez, and himself. 9-3, Eagles by 6, top of the fourth with one out. Curveball high for Alderetti and takes the ball. Alderetti is 0 for 2, ground to short, and the pitcher, so keeping things short in the infield. See if he can let the wind ride this down into outfield once or twice here. Here's the 2-0 pitch, fastball high for ball 3. Good eye for Alderetti. He's 7th in the order. Kirkendall and Singleton 8th and 9th. Those guys have been on base 3 out of the 4 times at the plate. Here's the 3-0, fastball high for ball 4. Another walk issue, this time to Alderetti. 6 walks for the Eagles. And now the runner at first is Alderetti. Easton Kirkendall, he's 1 for 1. RBI single, a walk, 2 stolen bases, and a run scored.
Easton Kirkendall, the batter.
Kirkendall has 10 RBIs this season, 3 doubles and a home run. Fastball gets the top of the strike zone for the strike, as holding on it was Kirkendall. Kenyon Singleton to round out the order next, and that would be the 4th time to start the batting order for the Eagles. Here comes the 0-1, curveball way outside, leaping rebound by Albert, the catcher, to bring that one down. Boy, he got off his horse there and got the webbing as high as he could get to rip that thing out of the air. That's saving an advancement by Alderetti. 1-1 count, curveball, swing and a miss for Kirkendall. Count now 1-2 to him with 1 out. Eagles 1 run in the first, 4 in the second, 1 in the third, and 3 in this 4th inning top. Mendes turns, fires a fastball, clips the outside corner for strike 3. And just standing there, kind of the deer in the headlights, Kirkendall, I don't think he realized that was a 3rd strike. Fortunately, he picks up the K. That's the 6th K issued by Jimenez. Bottom of the order now, Kenyon Singleton. He is 0 for 1 as he flew to left, got on due to a walk, and then scored a run back in the second. 2 down for the Eagles. Still leading 9-3. Fastball, a little low for ball 1. A couple of Clovis fans didn't like that one, thought it was in the strike zone that time. Marcus Alderetti remains at first after a walk. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Jimenez. Curveball. The umpire kind of delayed his signal that time, put his hand up for a second, and then showed that was a strike. Count to 1-1. Inside pitch from Jimenez. Still 2 down there on the scoreboard, and runner at first for the Eagles. Curveball. Golf swing out towards the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Almost hit Coach Boyle there that was standing right in front of the fence in front of the dugout. And ricochets back into left field shallow. Got to be tracked down by the 3rd baseman, Jamison. Sends the ball back in over the top of his pitcher's head, Jimenez, and it rolls out towards the Clovis dugout on the right side. So not something the coach wants to see. It's everybody to take care of the baseball. Singleton facing a 1-2 count with 2 down here in the top of the 4th. And a 9-3 lead. Menez turns and fires a fastball. Knuckler off the handle to the right backstop. Foul. One more game tonight here in the doubleheader. And then next week, Thursday, a single game at Carlsbad. And then Friday, a doubleheader back at Sportsman's Park to finish up the regular season. The playoffs the week after. The 1-2 pitch coming from Jimenez. Fastball hit hard on the ground to short to Lawson. Fumbled it for second. Underhands at 2 second base, though, and connects with Culliver for out number 3. That one off the 6-1. So the ground out for Singleton for the 3rd out. Eagles did get 1 hit. They scored 3 runs, 2 walks, and leave 2 on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th. 9-3, Hobbs over Clovis. Back in just 1 minute on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Eagles lead 9-3. A curveball inside off the first pitch here in the bottom of the fourth. Comes off the glove of the Eagles center fielder, McNabb. That should have been a routine catch out in center field, but it's going to turn into a runner going all the way to third. A bad relay hits the side fence, and it bounces back to McPeters on the mound. So getting on to third is Quinn Culliver. You got to think that would be an error, though. It went right in the glove of McNabb and just kind of bounced off the webbing and came out. And they are going to count that as an error on the scoreboard, but that gets Culliver all the way to third. Still 9-3, though. Eagles by 6 here in the bottom of the fourth. That'll bring up Derek Bretz. He flew out to short for the last out of the first inning. Fastball hits the plate, bounces back to the netting, and boy, Coach Cruz leaves his runner at third. That would have taken a few seconds for Singleton to get back on track, and it probably would have had McPeters covering home for him, the pitcher. But they're going to keep Culliver at third. Little conservative call there from Coach Cruz. Again, Brett's now facing a 1-0 count with no down here in the bottom of the fourth. Eagles by 6. McPeters the fastball outside for ball 2. Nice snag there for Singleton to pull that down. That was the second error of the ball game for the Eagles. There's been 4 for Clovis. Curveball inside, hit high up in the air, but behind the plate. It'll hit the top of the press box here in the grandstands. Singleton got his helmet looking up in the air there, but no chance to make a play. Way behind home plate. 2 balls and a strike to Derek Bretz. Here comes McPeters. Fastball cracks the middle of the bat and hits the right backstop. So far, McPeters has given up 3 hits and has struck out 4 batters. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Derek Bretz. Peters with the curveball about helmet high for the ball. Now we've got ourselves a full count. Runner still waiting out at third, Quinn Culliver, who got around the bases due to an error out in center field. Full count, curveball, check swing, and it was up by the shoulders, so they'll give the walk on that one. In fact, that's just the first walk given up by McPeters. And now runners at first and third for the Wildcats. The force out at second for the Eagle defense. Coach Boyle giving some signals to McPeters at the mound now, trying to get him settled down just a bit. Still no outs for the Wildcats. Josiah Mendoza steps up, 7th in the order. He struck out back in the second inning. He is 7th in the order. Lopez and Gardley, 8th and 9th. He is one of the lefties for the Wildcats. Curveball inside, gets a good crank on it, but it's going to go up the sideline there and foul right in front of the Clovis dugout and finds its way back into right field, so having to go track it down is Brewer for the Eagles near that first base line deep in right field. Definitely do not want him to straighten that out. He would have had at least a double and would have scored at least 2 runs probably. Josiah Mendoza now with an 0-1. Takes a curve inside, hit high in the air. It's going to be left of the third baseline, calling everybody off, and comes back into fair territory. That's the pitcher, Zach McPeters, sprinting over from the mound on that third baseline, right in the middle of it to make the catch. Nice decision to get out there and hustle for McPeters to get the out off the fly. So that will be out number 1 for the Wildcats. Bernie Lopez, 8th in the order now. The DH, ground to short back in the second. Still runners at first and third for the Wildcats, who trail the Eagles 9-3. They've had 3 hits, a home run for Jimenez, triple by Rivera, and a single by Lawson. All 3 of those guys, 2 of them getting RBIs in the process. Fastball high, swing and a miss for Lopez. Jimenez's home run was a solo. Lawson with a single and a run scored, and the 2 RBI triple from Rivera. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Lopez. Going to be a bouncer towards second. Picked up by Secoris. Turns and fires to first for the double play on the contact. So Secoris got the bouncer, stamped on the base there second, and took a throw over to Alderetti off a 4-3 and out number 3. So the ground out for Lopez and the third out for the Wildcats. They do get a couple on base. No runs come across, no hits. We go to the top of the fifth. Your Eagles still holding on to a 6-run lead, 9-3. Come back with us live in Clovis on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Hobbs Eagles back at the plate here in the top of the fifth, leading 9-3, and going through their order for the fourth time now. Top of the order, Bernie Secoris. He's been on 2 of the 3 times he's been at bat, but they've been gifted a walk and a hit by a pitch. Did score a run, though, and a stolen base to his name. Trying to get his first hit of the contest. Eagles have 6 of those so far. Graham and Bird 2 apiece. In fact, Bird has got 2 doubles so far, and ball does hit Secoris, but after it came off his bat a little bit, bounced it off his right hip. Major Bird with the 2 doubles. One was a 3 RBI double, 2 runs scored as well. And Colton Graham's had a couple of singles, including an RBI. Mendoza and this time will hit Secoris in the right leg. First one almost hit him, and then the second one, he's going to take a limp run down to the first base. So he's been hit twice by pitches off of Jimenez. That'll bring up Eric McNabb, second in the order. He is 1 for 3, an RBI double and a run scored. Had a strikeout, a ground to second as well. Takes a peek over to Coach Boyle at third. By 6, we're down 2-1 in the first inning, but scored 4 runs in the second, 1 in the third, and 3 in the fourth. Bunt being shown by McNabb. They'll take the throw down to second late. Nice scoop by the second baseman to save him from going out into center field. Actually, that was the shortstop came over to second to cover. That's Lawson. And he saved the advancement of the runner further down the field. Steal is recorded, though, for the Eagles. That's Bernie Secoris. Secoris on the season now has 17 steals. Actually, make it 18. He had one earlier, too. Behind him on number count here. Curveball coming inside and low for the ball. McNabb with a 1-1 count, no down here in the top of the fifth. Menez takes a little bit more time to get the call he wants from Albert behind the plate. Big lead off at second for Secoris. Curveball looks like it slices across the chest to McNabb. Another hit by pitch. Starting to rack those numbers up now. That is the third. 2 against Secoris and 1 against McNabb. Getting close to the numbers from yesterday. They had 5 in that game at Sportsman's Park. That's going to bring out Coach Cruz to talk to his starter. Menez has worked into the 5th inning so far. A little bit of control issues here in the top of the 5th. Eagles still with no outs. Again, we'll have full coverage next week. The single game in Carlsbad Thursday night and a doubleheader to finish up the regular season on Friday at Hobbs Sportsman's Park. That's going to be it. Coach Cruz is going to bring in his shortstop to pitch. Looks like it's going to be Lawson checking in for Jimenez. Jimenez will leave the game. And he gave up a total of 7 hits, also 9 runs. And looks like 4 or 5 walks in the contest and hit 3 pitchers or 3 batters. We'll take a break as he gets warmed up here. The new pitcher, as we mentioned, is Lawson coming from short. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Wildcats have switched pitchers here. A different person than what I thought I saw before. Zane Uristay is in the game, the sophomore. There's been 8 sophomores on the roster this year for Clovis, so kind of get yourself experience here for this Wildcats team. We'll see if there's going to be any changes in different positions out here in just a minute. Score 9-3 here in the top of the 5th, and Jimenez, as he mentioned, lead the contest after hitting a couple batters for the Eagles here. And did, in fact, struck out a total of 4, or excuse me, that's more than that actually, a total of 5 actually for the Hobbs Eagle batters up to this point. Warm-up pitches continue for Uristay. Again, we mentioned a bunch of sophomores on this squad. They have as many sophomores as the Hobbs Eagles have seniors on the ball club. Final warm-up pitches coming here. Remember, we have game number 2 later tonight, about 20 minutes or so after the first game. This one's kind of dragging just a bit, though. Of course, lots of wind to deal with as well. Kind of died down a little bit compared to what we saw first and second innings of this game. Uristay getting all those pitches in here. And looks like we're going to have a big roster change as the umps are talking to Coach Boyle to get him caught up on everybody. Let's see what we got going on in the outfield. Looks like Rivera's going to remain in left field. I think they've kept their outfield pretty close to what it was before. Looks like Jimenez will head to third. That's the change up there. Let's get some help from some Clovis fans. I appreciate that. So Jamison will come out of third. And Jimenez will go to third for the Wildcats. So just switching up the 2 J's there. For your Hobbs Eagles, third in the order, Colton Graham, 2 for 2. RBI single, regular single, 2 runs, a steal and a walk. No outs for Hobbs here in the top of the 5th. Again, Graham third in the order. Cleanup man Makai Brewer's due up next. Uristay looks back at second to the runner. That's Graham. Fires a fastball. Getting a piece of it is Graham. It sends it to foul territory, right side above the Clovis dugout. A little bit of lull in the wind here, thankfully. Maybe that's a good sign about the second game coming up. We won't have to deal with this as much. It's been about the low 80s here today. It's going to be cooling off by the Monday, though. I noticed down to about 70 or so here in Clovis. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Curve it inside. Knee high. They call it the strike. And, boy, a big wide-eye look from Graham back to the umpire with his mouth wide open. Didn't like that call. Didn't think it was verbal that time, but the face said it all. 0-2 count now to Graham. Big lead off at second. Fastball down the middle. Swing, about three-quarter swing that time. Is going to send it over to the Clovis bullpen on the right. Out of play on the foul. Still 0-2 now for Graham. 6-run lead for the Eagles, 9-3. Picked up those 4 runs in the second and 3 in the fourth. Uristay looking back at second a couple of times. Curveball, yanked out towards left field on the ground. That will be an RBI single as the left fielder, Rivera, gets it. Chucks it to third base and keeps the runner at second as well. So first and second covered after Colton Graham with an RBI single. As that will score Marcus Alderetti. Hobbs up 10-3 now, up by 7. They're getting closer to that mercy rule situation, but that doesn't come into play until the bottom of the 5th after Clovis will get another shot at bat. Runners at first and second now. Makai Brewer, he is 1 for 3, an RBI single, and a strikeout and an error to get on. Uristay looks back at second. Bad pitch, a fastball outside. It gets to the wall behind home plate, and that will advance the runners on the wild pitch. So runners now at second and third for the Eagles. Make a correction on the run score. That was Bernie Secoris that came across. Looking back at my last inning. Eric McNabb is at third, and Colton Graham now at second after that wild pitch. 10-3 score. Still no outs on the board for the Eagles. Brewer, the lefty, 0-1 or 1-0 count to him. Fastball. He gets a piece of this one out towards right center. Back on the back pedal, and glove goes over the back of the head and makes a catch out in right center. Mendoza sends it to second. They'll check it home from there. 2 runs come across the Eagles. The throw not in time. So that ends up being a sac fly, a 2 RBI sac fly for Brewer, as that will score McNabb and Colton Graham. Eagles now 12-3, 1 run away from getting this into Mercy Rule territory. Game will not be over yet, though, if it does get up by 10. So Eagles now with the runs 1, 4, 1, 3, 3 up here in the 5th inning now. Clovis with 2 in the first and 1 in the third. Uristay, the sophomore now, still trying to get his first out. Fastball high for ball 1. Nobody on the bases now for the Eagles, who lead by 9. Edwin Perez at the plate. He is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, but did walk and score a run. Fastball, a little late swing off the end of the bat, but foul right as the gust of wind picks up here. Bounces off a couple of roofs of the metal sheds here on the right side of the field. Here in the top of the 5th, we are slated for 7 in both of these games of the doubleheader. Here comes the 1-1 from Uristay. Fastball low. No, boy, they call that a strike. That was below the knee that time, and Coach Boyle kind of shaking his head, looks over to the third base umpire and says, are you sure about that? But he's not the one making the call. Uristay with the windup and the throw. Fastball high, whacking at the end of the bat again. This one rolls out to first off the single. And that will be a hit for Perez. His first hit of the ball game. So Eagles have picked up 3 hits back to back to back in this 5th inning. Also were hit by a pitch twice before that. So all 5 have been on base. And now we go to 6 in the order. Major Bird, who is 2 for 3. He's got a 3 RBI double, another double, and 2 runs scored. Started the game with the strikeouts. He's on the comeback trail in terms of his hitting. 1 down here for the Eagles. Off that sac fly. Looks like a courtesy runner going to check in for Hobbs. See who's coming in for Eagles on this one. That is Isaiah Montez getting some time on the bases. Bird is 6th in the order for the Eagles. Still just 1 out and a 12-3 lead here in the top of the 5th. Uristay looks at first, turns and fires a fastball. A little outside for ball 1. Good little gamesmanship there by Albert. Kind of shifted that body. Made that look a little bit better than it was there for the ball. Aggressive leadoff now for Perez. Fastball, this time clips the outside corner for the strike to even up the count at 1-1. Eagles have had a pair of 3s in terms of runs the last 2 innings, 4th and 5th. Here comes Uristay. Fastball, middle of the bat, and right to the middle of the backstop as well for Bird on the foul. Nine hits for the Eagles in this game so far, and 3 for the Wildcats. Here comes a 1-2 now from Uristay. Looks back to first a couple of times. Curveball floating across. Little high for ball 2. Look real close on that pitch. Kind of slowed down as it came across. Probably give a little bit of opportunity there for Bird to take a crack at it. Evens up the count at 2-2. Perez keeps moving around quite a bit at first, trying to get the attention of Uristay. Turns and fires a fastball low for ball 3. Full count now for Major Bird. Alderete, Kirkendall, and Singleton, 7th through 9th in the order for the Eagles. Nine-run lead for Hobbs. Big pitch coming for Uristay now at the full count. Curve it inside, hits the base, and that'll be a walk anyway, though. as that will send Bird to first. 6 walks have been picked up for the Eagles offensively. Got runners at first and second now. That's Perez at second, Bird at first, and now Marcus Alderetti steps up, 0 for 2. Did get a walk, but ground to short and the pitcher earlier in the ball game. Still 12-3 here in the top of the 5th, 1 down. The Eagles trying to get this at least a mercy roll by the end of this part of the inning. Jumping off the mound was Uristay, and behind it, held the ball though, as getting back in time was Edwin Perez. Little delay now as Uristay checking the call of Albert behind the plate. Finally agrees to what he wants. Nice shake of the head there. Fires a curveball inside, down at the feet, and shuffling over there from right to left to get that is Albert. Kept an eye out there at second to make sure the runner didn't try to advance to third on that one, as Perez decided to hold it out there at second. Of course, the courtesy runner, Montez at first. Montez at second. He's a courtesy runner, and Bird at first. Still some delay here for Uristay. Still watching those runners pretty closely. Turns and fires a fastball. Comes off the end of the bat, and that just barely foul up that first base line out in right field. Kind of floated for a few seconds. We thought it might get a little bit of a curve, maybe some wind aid there, but it did not come back to the left like it needed to stay fair. Actually, it never was fair to begin with, but we just need a little bit more help there from Mother Nature. Count to 1-1 now. Good crack there for Alderetti. Just needs to straighten that out just a bit. Right fielder playing pretty much inside now, giving that big gap out there in right. I think he'd kind of cheat back over a little bit after what Alderetti just did to him. Here's the 1-1 from Uristay. Curve it inside. This time he does whack it high out towards right field. He's got to come up on the shallow, jumps in the air with one hand, makes the catch, does Mendoza, and fires it to second to keep the runner at bay. So the fly out for Alderetti to Mendoza for out number 2. 2 down here in the top of the 5th. Eagles holding on to a 9-run lead. Trying to get one more run to get across to possibly get this into mercy rule, but of course Clovis would get one more at bat.
Batter is Kirkendall for the Eagles.
Easton Kirkendall up now. He's 1 for 2, an RBI single, a walk, 2 stolen bases, and a run scored. Last at bat, he had a strikeout. Runners at first and second for the Eagles, but they are facing the 2 outs. Uristay, a couple looks back at second, was going to throw, got his hand kind of cocked back and then held on to it for the last second and decided to keep it. Turns to the rubber now, continues to stare back at second though. Kirkendall's waiting for him here for the pitch. Still delayed, swiveling the head quite a bit. Curveball outside for ball 1. Albert getting quickly upright from behind the plate. Still looking for a pickoff on the bases here, but decided not to throw that one. 1 ball and no strikes to Easton Kirkendall. Kenyon Singleton due up next, 9th in the order. That would get the Eagles back into the 5th rotation of hitters. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. Curveball way outside and having to chase it off to the right just a bit. Kept it in the air, did Albert. Came down with it. And the runner's very close to the bases, so they're not worried. Count to 2-0 now. So we hit past the 2-hour mark of this, or actually an hour and a half mark of this ball game. Started at 5 o'clock here in Clovis. Game 2 coming up next. Uristay again fakes a throw, coming off the mound behind it, and does not do the sidearm to his second baseman, Culliver. Back in the box comes Kirkendall. 2 balls and no strikes with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Eagles by 9. Uristay, curve, high one, swing and a miss for the strike. But still ahead of the count is Kirkendall, the 2-1. Singleton, who gets a chance to come up next, working on his first hit of the ball game, did have a walk earlier and scored a run back in the second. 2 balls and 1 strike. The steal is on. Fastball ricochets off the bat, hits the plate, and rolls to the left backstop, which will send the runner back to second. That's the courtesy runner, Montez. He was eager to get to third, and when you get a chance to be a courtesy runner, don't get a chance to be at the plate, you definitely want to get some type of stat, steals or runs. That's what the bread and butter is for you, and he's very eager to get that. 2-2 count now to Kirkendall. Kind of an awkward stand before he gets into that box. He kind of gets that bat back just kind of straight up and leans back on it. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Fastball. Knuckler off the middle of the bat. Goes back in the middle of the netting behind home plate. Keep alive at 2-2. So far, every player that's been up, 9 total, have got on base in some form or fashion. So that's a good sign for the Eagles, whether it be a walk or a hit. Been hit by pitches several times, though. In fact, Secoris has been hit twice. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Eurostay looks back at second. Curveball high for ball 3. Good eye for Kirkendall to get the full count. Now, that would have gone wild. Eagles would have advanced to third on that one and knocking on the door to get the 10-run lead. Montez leads off once again at second. Bird at first. Here comes a full count pitch. Curveball outside. That'll be a walk. We're loading up the bases now as Kirkendall gets a freebie. That's his second walk of the ball game. Kenyon Singleton will be the man to try to hit him around. Singleton is 0 for 2, flew to left, had a ground out, and walked, scored a run after that. Singleton has a total of 15 RBIs this season. So definitely like to get his 16th here. 4 doubles and 1 home run. And that 9-run lead, 10 would be the mercy rule. Bases loaded for the Eagles, 12-3 score. Ooh, they called the balk on Eurostay. The plate umpire calls that one. Don't see that very often. I was going to say he stepped off or did something there. I'm not sure, but that's the run that the Eagles needed, aided by the umpire on that one. A 10-run Eagle lead on the balk. And that will score Montez, the courtesy runner. Bird will be at third now, and 2 runners on, second and third, including Kirkendall at second. Curveball comes inside to Singleton. He just holds on it. Well, they called that hit the inside corner. Boy, it looked like it was shoulder high that time for the strike. Called strike. Runners at second and third. Eagles have the mercy roll lead they need, 13-3. Would like to add some insurance runs because Clovis will come up in the bottom of the 5th. Fastball, a little bit inside for ball 1 to even up the count at 1-1. 2 down, but the Eagles knocking at the door once again. Eurostay not really worried about the runners this time as he fires the fastball. Hard shot out towards left field in the air, going towards the fence, and this one has got over in left field. Left field numbers 340, the feet-wise, and that's going to score 2 runs, 2 RBIs for Kenyon Singleton on the HR. He gets the run as well, scoring also Easton Kirkendall. And the Eagles now up 15-3. Game is not over yet, though. So that was actually a 3-run homer. 15-3. Major Bird scores, Kirkendall scores, and Kenyon Singleton score. So we've got 6 runs here in the top of the 5th. Mercy roll in effect. Still 1 more at bat for the Wildcats. 12-run lead for the Eagles. Fastball outside for ball 1, top of the order, Bernie Secoris. He's been hit by a pitch twice in this game. Got on due to a walk and flew to short. Also scored 2 runs and had 2 stolen bases. So he's been on 3 of the 4 times he's been at the plate. 1-0 pitch, curveball, hits high in the air towards third. Shortstop's going to come in there as well. Lawson calls off Jimenez and makes the catch. Closer to third than he was second. So out number 3 for the Eagles. But Hobbs did get quite a few hits in that inning, the top of the 5th. Looks like 3 total. They score 6 runs, leave a couple on base, and are up by 12, 15-3. Clovis will have to get at least 3 runs here in the bottom of the 5th to keep this game moving to inning number 6 due to the mercy rule. Hobbs up by 12. They need to be up by 10 to put this game in the books. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. (15-3) here in the bottom of the 5th. Your Eagles up by 12 over Clovis. The run counts for the Eagles, 1-4, 1-3-6. Zach McPeters is trying to finish up the game here on the mound for the Eagles. Been here since the start. He's only given up 3 hits, 1 walk, and has struck out 4. He's going to pitch Ohaji Gardley, center fielder, 9th in the order, takes an outside pitch on the ball. Gardley 0 for 1 with a strikeout, last out of the 2nd inning. Then they'll go to the top of the order for the 3rd time. Curveball inside. He gets a piece of this one out to deep corner left field. They'll take a bounce off the wall, at least a double on this one, as it's fielded off the wall by Kirkendall to get it in over to second. Not in time, of course. Secoris over there to field it. And that'll be a double for Gardley. That's how you try to get yourself back in a ball game, especially when you're trailing by double digits. Top of the order now, Justin Lawson. He is 1 for 2, had a single run to start the game and ground to short back in the 3rd inning. He is one of the lefties for the Wildcats. Hobbs up 15-3, though, here in the bottom of the 5th. Could be the last few at-bats for the Wildcats. Peters with a curveball and yanks it out to the right dugout there for Clovis, almost taking out about 5 of his teammates that are hanging over the fence there on their side of the right field. Peters gets reloaded, looks back at second to the base runner. That's Gardley. Fires a fastball low for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Clovis runs 2. We're leading 2-1 in the 1st inning. Got 1 in the 3rd. At that point, they were down 6-3. 5 fastball for the ball. Count goes to 2-1. Gardley being really athletic there at second on the leadoffs. Clovis needing a lot of runs to keep this from ending here in the bottom of the 5th. Curveball low. Good save underneath by Singleton, keeping that from going wild, and jumping out of the way was Lawson. 3 balls and a strike now as Lawson gets ahead of the count. Here comes McPeters, fastball high, and that'll be ball 4. So Lawson will walk. Just the 2nd walk issued by Zach McPeters in this ball game. McPeters working on his 5th win of the season. Graham is 6-2. Brewer 4-0 on the season. The 3 pitchers with the biggest win-losses at this point. Fastball for McPeters. Little flinch of Joe Albert, the catcher. They're going to say just outside for ball 1. 0 for 2 is Albert with 2 strikeouts. Mitch McPeters has struck out 4 in this game. Runners at first and second. 1-0 pitch, fastball right down the pike for the strike. Albert waited on that one. Count evens up at 1-1. No outs for the Wildcats. We're down by 12. Peters fakes a throw to second, still makes the runner dive into second. Face first as Gardley gets there in time. No throw made by McPeters, is backing off quickly anyway was Graham. Curveball outside for ball 2, and moving that glove into strike territory was Singleton, but the ump not going to buy it on that one. 2-1 count now. McPeters looks at second, turns and fires a fastball. Off the handle, goes the middle of the netting here behind home plate. Staying alive. Josiah Mendoza came behind the plate to help out the ump, but somebody got it before him. He's the guy that hit the home run earlier for Clovis. Back in the 3rd inning. Fastball low and getting a piece of it. The ball dropped as they're going to call that foul. Singleton popped up getting ready to throw somebody out, but they call it dead. About a few steps up that first baseline for Albert. And actually, they said, I guess they're going to say he got tagged by Singleton on the drop strike, so he'll go down with his third K. So out number one for the Wildcats here in the bottom of the fifth. Josiah Mendoza, the pitcher who started the ball game. He is 1 for 2, got on due to an error, and then had the solo homer with an RBI and a run. Takes the first pitch low for ball one. Fastball coming inside. He gets a whack on this one, going foul left. Outside the third baseline, past Coach Cruz for the Wildcats. He's trying to roll out away to the wall there in foul territory, but it stops a little short. Again, that wall is at 340 on the left, 330 on the right, and 387 middle center field underneath the American flag. Curveball gets the inside corner for the strike, and the starter pitcher for Clovis, Josiah Mendoza, shaking his head yes. He saw that float right where he didn't want it to go. Peters with a 1-2 count now, turns and fires a fastball. Knuckler off the handle is going to go to the middle of the backstop, and kind of a desperation swing there for Jimenez. He continues to look at some of his fans behind home plate and get some words of encouragement from those members of the student body here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Clovis with runners at first and second with 1 down, bottom of the fifth. Curveball, going to be a base hit out to left center. Will take a couple of bounces and finally scooped up by McNabb. He'll throw it to third. The runner is going to get there just in time. Ball gets loose from Bird, but that's after a run had scored anyway. And that's going to bring across the plate Ohaji Gardley, who gets the run. Score now 15-4. So now an 11-point ball game, 11-run game. Still just 1 out and a runner at third. Still a mercy roll situation. As Josiah Jimenez getting the RBI single. 5th hit of the ball game for Clovis, 2 for Jimenez, with a home run and a single for Lawson and a double for Haji Gardley. Coben Rivera now, the cleanup man. He's 1 for 2, had a 2 RBI triple, also ground out to second. Takes the first pitch low for ball one. Still just 15-4 here. Curveball, and they clip the inside corner. Nice pitch for McPeters. The count goes to 0-2. Runners at first and third for the Wildcats. Knocking at the door is Justin Lawson at third. Fastball outside for ball one. Singleton doing a great job as catcher, jumping up behind that plate the minute that ball comes across just to see what the runners are going to do. On a popping up and down for him. Here comes a 1-2 pitcher, McPeters. Fastball high, swing and a miss. And that'll be strike 3 for Rivera. That's the 5th strikeout, pushed across by Zach McPeters. This could be the final out for Clovis, down by 11. Quinn Culliver, fielder's choice, and an error got him on. Get some last-minute signals from Coach Cruz at third base. Culliver is the lefty. They got to get at least 2 runs to keep this game moving along past the 5th. Peters' curveball almost hit Culliver. He had to bounce back just a bit and got away from the beanball there for the ball. 2 outs here for the Wildcats. Peters' quick reload, fastball, clips the outside corner for the strike, evens up the count at 1-1. Up next will be Derek Bretz. He walked and flew to short. 1 ball and 1 strike. McPeters' curveball, high shot out towards right center, going over the shoulders. Brewer comes back with a back pedal, one-handed catch, and makes it in right center field for out number 3, and that will be the ball game as well. Eagles get the victory. Mercy roll in 5, 15-4, defeating the Clovis Wildcats by 11. Hobbs improves to 18-4 on the season and 5-0 in district, as the Wildcats drop to 5-14 and 0-5. We'll take a 3-minute break and do the post-game show live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Stay with us. back in Clovis as your Hobbs Eagles winning big 15-4, the final, as it is game number 2 in the books for the Eagles to go to 5-0 in the district. Clovis drops to 0-5. Let's look at the numbers in this ball game. First of all, for the Wildcats, they do get one multiple hitter. That's Josiah Mendoza, went 2 for 3, had a homer, RBI and run with that, a solo homer, and a RBI single. Also got on base due to an error. He scored 2 runs in the contest. Justin Lawson went 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored, also walked. Coben Rivera was 1 for 3 with a 2 RBI triple. And Ohaji Gardley went 1 for 2, a double, and a run scored. Total of 5 hits for the Wildcats, 6 strikeouts, and 2 walks. They had 4 errors on defense. For your Hobbs Eagles, they finish up with a couple of multiple hits coming from Major Bird. He was 2 for 3. He had a pair of doubles, one a 3 RBI double, also scored 2 runs and another run off another double. So definitely doing the job there, and a walk. So 3 runs for him, went 2 for 3. Good game for Major Bird, the third baseman. Colton Graham was perfect, 3 for 3, 2 RBI singles, a pair of runs, a stolen base, and another single. So definitely a good game for him as well, perfect at the plate. Rest of the guys getting a hit apiece. Eric McDabb, he had a RBI double with the run scored. Sorry about the blaring music in the background there. Makai Brewer went 1 for 3. He had an RBI single and a 2 RBI sac fly. Got on base due to an error as well. Edwin Perez went 1 for 3 with a single, a walk, and a run scored. Easton Kirkendall was 1 for 2 with an RBI single. Also had a walk, a stolen base, and 2 runs. And last but not least, Kenyon Singleton, 1 for 3. He had a 2 RBI homer, a walk, and 2 runs. And also Isaiah Montes scored a run as a courtesy runner. Eagles finishing up with 10 hits, 6 strikeouts, and 8 walks in the win. As the win on the mound for Zach McPeters, as he finished now with a record of 5-2, and he'll wait until the Carlsbad series for another chance to play on the mound as a pitcher. Well, that's it for game number 2 of the 3-game set. We got one more coming up here in just about 20 minutes or so. Eagles winning game 1, 15-4 here in Clovis. We'll take about a 15 or so minute break and come back live in Clovis for Hobbs Eagle Baseball. HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Stay with us. Welcome back to Clovis. Time for game number 2 of Hobbs Eagle Baseball. Live as they take on the Wildcats for the third game of the series, the final game here against the Clovis Wildcats. Again, next week, the Eagles will be on the road for one game at Carlsbad Thursday and 2 games for the doubleheader to finish up at Sportsman's Park. Hobbs coming in with a 5-0 record, just with a big win here in Mercy Rule fashion. Just minutes ago, 15-4. So the Eagles winning by 11 in Game 2 of the series. If you weren't with us for that game, Colton Graham went perfect, 3 for 3 at the plate. He had 2 RBI singles, also another single, a walk, 2 runs, actually 3 runs, and a stolen base. So perfect game for him offensively. Major Bird went 2 for 3. He finished off with a couple of hits, including a double and a run scored, a 3 RBI single and a run scored after that as well, and a walk with the run. So 2 runs, make it 3 runs for him, 2 for 3 at the plate. And single hits apiece, Eric McNabb had a RBI double. He scored a run, actually 2 runs. He was hit by a pitch later in the ball game. Makai Brewer went 1 for 3, a 2 RBI sack, also an RBI single, and got on due to an error. Edwin Perez went 1 for 3 with a single, a walk, and a run. It was Easton Kirkendall 1 for 2 with an RBI single, 2 stolen bases, a walk, and 2 runs, 2 walks and 2 runs. And finally, Kenyon Singleton 1 for 3, a 2 RBI home run, and also scored 2 runs. So Eagles finished up with 10 hits in Game 1, struck out only 6 times, and had 8 walks on base. Eagles scored 1 run in the first, 4 in the second, 1 in the third, 3 in the fourth, and finished it off with the victory in the 6th. With a total of 3 runs there. So that is what you got, 15-4 the final in that ball game. Other side of the coin for Clovis, Josiah Mendoza went 2 for 3, had a home run, including an RBI and a run, and had an RBI single. Coben Rivera went 1 for 3 with a 2 RBI triple. And then finally was Ohaje Gardley, a double, went 1 for 2. They finished with 5 hits, 6 Ks, and 2 walks. The starting pitcher winner for the Hobbs Eagles, Zach McPeters. Game 3 now getting underway as we head to the nighttime hours. It's going on 7:30 here in Clovis. On the mound for your Eagles, Marcus Aldretti. But first, the Eagles offense at the plate, Bernie Secoris, the second baseman. Let me first give you the defense for Clovis. Bretz will be at first, Culliver second, and Lopez at third. Albert behind the plate, left to right in the outfield, Rivera, Gardley, and Mendoza, and Will Jordan. He is the pitcher, the starter. Of course, Jordan was one that hit the home run, the only hit for Clovis in the game last night at Sportsman's Park. Count is 1-2 now to Bernie Secoris. Secoris went 0 for 2 in the first game. And fouls off another to the left side towards the parking lot area. Winds are starting to gust really big now here in the start of the third game. Secoris got hit by pitches twice in Game 2. Had a stolen base and scored 2 runs. Fastball low, it's dropped, and they're going to say strike 3 on that one as a K for Secoris to start the game. Again, the hit count in that Game 1, 10-5 in favor of the Eagles. Both teams had 6 strikeouts, and Hobbs had more walks at 8 versus 2 for Clovis. That was kind of an issue for them in the Carlsbad 3-game stand last week. Underway here in the first inning. Fastball down the middle, and it's going to be hit hard out to center field. Keeps on the ground and goes through the legs momentarily of Gardley. Able to retract it and get it into his second baseman. So that'll be a single for Eric McNabb, the center fielder. McNabb had a great hit early in that second game. He had a RBI double and scored 2 runs, was also hit by a pitch. So runner on for the Eagles. Third in the order, Colton Graham, the shortstop. He went perfect, 3 for 3 in Game 1 with 3 singles, 2 RBIs, 2 runs, and a steal. And also another single on top of that. Perfect at the plate. 1 down here in the top of the first. Fastball low and outside for ball 1. This one's slated for 7. Next week, the Eagles have 3 games against Carlsbad, 1 at home Thursday, and then 2 on the road, or 2 at home at Sportsman's Park against the Cavemen. Ranked number 3 in the state, Hobbs at number 5. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball down the middle. Ooh, where did it miss on that one? Not sure if that was high or low, but ball 2 regardless. Hobbs coming in with an 18-4 record. Clovis at 5-14. Will Jordan, big tall kid, fastball down the middle, fouled off to the right over the top of the Clovis dugout. Bounces off a couple of roofs and goes foul for Graham. Graham third in the order for the Eagles. Mackay Brewer up next for Hobbs, the cleanup man. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Colton Graham. Little delay here for the big kid as he waits for the call he wants. Jordan, curveball high near the chin for the ball, and 3-1 count now to Colton Graham. Good eye for him. Roswell and Carlsbad going at it tonight. 2-game set as well. Roswell lost the first one to Carlsbad yesterday, 11-0. Here comes a 3-1 for Jordan. Fastball, throws it on the ground across the plate. That'll be a walk. Steal on the way there for McNabb. Didn't have to do it because the ball rolled across the plate, bowling ball style. So now 2 runners on, first and second. And a time called here. I'm not sure. I guess you're going to give the catcher a chance to go out to the mound now as Albert heads out to talk to Jordan. Kind of was wondering why Jordan wasn't playing in that first game today, but that's the reason why is he's starting a pitcher here in the final game of the series. Of course, he had the home run yesterday, so definitely like to have his bat in the lineup no matter where he's playing on the field. Starting pitcher tonight for Hobbs will be Marcus Alderetti. Talk about him in between first and bottom of the first. The lefty, Mackay Brewer, right fielder. He was 1 for 3 with a 2 RBI sack, an RBI single. Got on base due to an error as well. Fastball hits the plate, rolls into the glove of Albert. Runners will stay at their bases for the Eagles. Listening live to HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube, the home of the Hobbs Eagles. Waggle the bat behind the left ear for Brewer. Jordan keeps looking back at second to check runners now. Turns and fires. Fastball low and inside for ball 1. Correction, ball 2, 2-0 count. McPeters, first baseman, will be up next, 5th slot. Of course, he was the winning pitcher in game 1 to get his record to 5-2 on the season. A little more of a delay now for Jordan. Still keeping the look back at second. Turns and fires. Fastball outside off the end of the bat out towards center field. Shallow, one-handed catch pulled down by Gardley for the out. Tries to get it to second. Gets past the second baseman off the glove of Culliver, but rolls up into the pitching mound area as Jordan will recover and keep the runner at second. So the fly out for Brewer out to center field. Shallow will be out number 2. Runner still at second. That's Eric McNabb. And the runner at first is Graham. Zach McPeters now 5th in the order. He did not go to bat in the first game. He was the starting pitcher. Here comes the pitch from Jordan. Fastball. Swing and a miss as it dropped coming across the plate for strike 1. McPeters batting .455 this season. Total of 10 hits, 13 runs, 12 RBIs, 5 doubles. And he had one of his perfect games last week at the plate. Dad was pretty excited about that one. Here comes the 0-1 pitch now from Jordan if he's going to stop looking at second for a minute. Throws a fastball low for ball 1. Scooping that up and moving to the left was Albert as he was watching that runner as well. McNabb at second, keeping him back. 2 down for the Eagles here in the top of the first. Still scoreless. Hobbs with 1 hit from McNabb, a single, a walk from Graham. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Boy, Jordan takes a long time as he gets a curve inside. Just hit out in the gap to left field. That should bring a run home, a single. And yes, the run will score. As coming across was Eric McNabb. Hobbs on the scoreboard. RBI single for Zach McPeters. Good shot out there to left field on the ground between second and third. More close to third base on that one. 6th man in the order now, Major Bird. Bird went 2 for 3 He had a 3 RBI single, a double, scored 2, make it 3 runs, and a walk in Game 2. Game 1 today, Game 2 of these 3-game series, I should say. Hobbs up 1-0. Here comes Jordan now. Fastball inside and brushing back Bird for the ball. And Jordan seems to be pretty much hung up on anybody at second base trying to run. He's going to keep looking back 5-6 times and just kind of stare back there. 2 on for the Eagles, first and second. Here's the windup and the throw. Fastball, low and outside for ball 2. Oh, wait a second. No, the ump calls the strike on that one. I thought he was pointing out, but nope, he got the strike call. Evens up the count at 1-1. Still some wind blowing through the park here in Clovis. Of course, wind all over southeast New Mexico. I know Hobbs is getting some tonight as well. But they have field turf down there, not as much dirt to deal with. 1-1 pitch, fastball low, and getting his knees down to block it was Albert behind the plate to save the wild pitch, but the runner's going to advance anyways. It stayed in between his knees there for a few minutes as runners got to advance on the wild. So runners now at second and third for the Eagles, knocking at the door to try to add on to the 1-0 lead here in the top of the first. Major Bird still at the plate, 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 down. Jordan facing third now. Turns, fires, fastball, low and outside for ball 3. So getting well ahead of the count is Major Bird. Has 1 pitch to burn. Isaiah Montes, the DH, at number 7 slot coming up next. Kirkendall 8 and Singleton 9. One thing I know about Jordan, it takes you a while to get the pitch, but it gives you time to write some stats. The hit towards the shortstop, Lawson fires high to first, and jumping up on the ladder is Bretz to pull it down for out number 3 on the ground out to short off the 6-3. So the Eagles do manage to get 2 hits. They get 1 across, leave a couple on base, also a walk. As we head to the bottom of the first, your Eagles up over Clovis, 1-0. You're listening to Hobbs Eagle Baseball live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. We head to the bottom of the first here in Clovis. Your Eagles up 1-0. And on the mound for Hobbs tonight in this final game of the series is Marcus Aldretti, the senior. He's 3-0 on the season, yet to lose a game. In his 8th appearance, has 1 save and a .48 ERA. So good numbers for him so far. Let's get his warm-up pitches going. Talk about the Eagles' defense now, out in the infield first of all. At first base will be McPeters, Secoris at second, Bird at third. The short is Graham. Outfield left to right, Kirkendall, McNabb, and Brewer. Behind the plate, Singleton. And on the mound, as we mentioned, Marcus Aldretti. Eagles wearing their black uniforms with the gold piping, gray pants. Clovis at the plate with the white and purple. As if I had to tell you that. 8 sophomores on this team, compared to the 8 seniors for the Eagles. Talk about disparity between the two in terms of experience. First pitch from Aldretti, a curveball high for ball 1. Lawson, the shortstop, at the plate for the Wildcats. He was 1 for 2 in game 1, a single, also a walk, and scored a run. Fastball outside and low for ball 2. Two 2-0 count now to Lawson. Here's the windup and the throw from Aldretti. Curve, swing and a miss for Lawson for the strike. A little bit of a pirouette there. He is the lefty for the Wildcats. Mentioned Clovis getting 5 hits in the first game. Josiah Mendoza getting 2 of those. Strike right through the middle for a 2-2 count. So Mendoza was 2 for 3, had a homer, RBI single. Lawson went 1 for 2, single and a run. Curveball inside and sends that to the left backstop. And then finally was Ohaji Gardley, 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored. Also, Coben Rivera went 1 for 3, a 2 RBI triple. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Lawson. Here comes Alderetti with the pitch. Curveball, outside corner, swing and a miss. That'll be a strikeout for Lawson. So he'll take a seat. 1 down for the Wildcats here in the bottom of the first. Hobbs up 1-0.
Batter for the Wildcats, number 11, the catcher, Joe Albert.
Joe Albert, the catcher for the Wildcats, at the plate now. Albert went 0 for 3, struck out all 3 times in the earlier game. Fastball this time gets a crack at it out towards center field. And getting on the back pedal is McNabb. 1 step back and makes the catch and chucks it back into his shortstop, Colton Graham. So out number 2 on the fly out to McNabb. And now it's Josiah Mendoza, the DH. Eagles got to keep an eye on him. Was 2 for 3 in game 1. RBI, homer with a run. RBI single on top of that. 2 for 3 and an error got him on. So he scored 2 runs. Curve it inside and fouls over the top of the grandstands here. Out of play foul. Final game of the set with these 2 teams. Hobbs working on their 6th win in the district. This will be the first win for Clovis, so they're able to get this one. Fastball, low and outside for ball 1. Evens up the count at 1-1 with 2 down. One ball and 1 strike. Fastball hit high up in the air behind the plate. Singleton bumps into the umpire. One-handed catch as he goes up for the rebound and just shoulders into the umpire to get him out of the way. Umpire just stood straight up and said, I can't move much here. And still a catch, beautiful catch by Singleton. Hope you have a chance to see that on YouTube just now. So out number 3, 3 up and 3 down. Crowd even liked that one for the Wildcats here. No runs, no hits, nobody on the bases. We go to the top of the second. Hobbs with a 1-0 lead over Clovis. Back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back to second inning action here in Clovis. The Hobbs Eagles leading 1-0. Ty Friend here with you on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube tonight. Very windy situation here with the 2 games we've had, and windy all over southeast New Mexico. Will Jordan still on the mound for the Wildcats, entering the second inning. He gave up 2 hits to the Eagles. Single to McNabb, who did score a run eventually, and an RBI single to Zach McPeters, and a walk to Colton Graham. Eagles now 7th in the order. That's Isaiah Montez, the DH. Montez was a courtesy runner in the first game today and had a run scored. First fastball coming down the middle for Jordan is ricocheted off the bat of Isaiah Montez for the foul. Montez on the season at .350 batting average, 7 hits, 6 RBIs. He has scored 23 runs, 2 doubles, and takes a fastball low for ball 1. 1-1 count. Montez gets on the base 56% of the time, so some good numbers there as well. Here comes the 1-1 from Jordan. Fastball high, swing and a miss for Montez for strike 2. Eagles ranked 5th in the Max Preps poll. Of course, Carlsbad at number 3. We'll see if the 2 wins so far and maybe the 3rd one here tonight will put them up higher in that ranking. Fastball low in the dirt for ball 2. We got an even count at 2-2. Of course, Isaiah Montez is a lefty. The windup in the throw from Jordan, fastball, and it barely misses outside corner. Clovis fans are heckling a little bit there. Thought that should have been strike 3. Full count now to Isaiah Montez. Kirkendall and Singleton 8th and 9th in the order for the Eagles. Here's the windup in the throw from Jordan. Fastball, and there's a swing. No contact for strike 3. 2 Ks now for Jordan on the mound for the Wildcats. Easton Kirkendall steps in now for the black and gold. He's the left fielder in this game. Kirkendall went 1 for 2 in game 1. He had a single, RBI single, stole a base on that series. Also had a walk with a stolen base and a run. Another walk with a run scored. So 1 of 2 in game 1. Did strike out once as well. Takes the first pitch on the look for the fastball for the first strike. Nobody on the bases for the Eagles, who lead 1-0 here in the top of the second. Here comes Jordan now. Fastball. Ricocheted off the bat. Bounces towards third. The shortstop went after it in the green area, left side, and cannot come up with a wrap up on the ball there. Has to be tracked down out and left by Rivera in the shallow area. So that's a single for Easton Kirkendall. Eagles now with 3 hits. 3-0 in the hit count. Rounding out the order now, Kenyon Singleton, the catcher. Singleton went 1 for 3 in game 1. Of course, he got the home run. That got 2 RBIs and a run scored. Also walked and scored a run. So he definitely had a good bat. Put that thing over the wall in left field. Wind up for Jordan. The throw down the middle for the strike on the fastball. Of course, when you start getting runners, that's where he tends to slow up the pitch sessions just a bit. Eagles with 1 down here in the top of the first, leading 1-0. Kirkendall gets a good lead off at first. Jordan's going to throw high to first, and going up with 2 hands to pull the ball down was Bretz, and he was lucky to get that in the webbing of the glove. Went up with 2 hands and ripped that thing down and get ready to do a tag, but way late on that one. Still 0-1 count now to Singleton. Jordan taking his time, turns and fires a fastball low and outside for ball 1. No, strike call. Boy, that thing was getting close to the dirt that time. Hobbs fans not liking that one. Counts now 0-2 to Kenyon Singleton. Maybe that'll get him mad a little bit here. Singleton with a 42% base percentage on base. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball. The steal is on the way. Good throw to second. And they're going to say safe. Looked like the up was getting ready to throw it out there. Good catch out there at second, and the tag right over across the bag by Culliver. Acrobatic catch, kind of jumping in the air, doing a jumping jack to pull that thing down. But a good throw right over the bag by Albert from behind the plate. So the steal converted by Kirkendall. Kirkendall up to 11 steals on the season. He had 1 in the first game. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Singleton, 9th in the order for the Eagles. Jordan goes to the fastball high, swing and a miss, and that'll be strike 3 for Singleton. 3 Ks now issued by Jordan, and now top of the order for the Eagles. Second time through the batting order now. Bernie Secoris, who struck out back in the first inning. Secoris came into the 2 games today with a .388 batting average. 28 RBIs in the season. He does have a runner at second and leads the team in homers with 6. Jordan peeks back at second, turns and fires a fastball inside for ball 1. Listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball, exclusive coverage on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube, video and audio. All for free, of course, through No Mark Broadcasting. Delay now for Jordan on the mound. Looks down to his catcher, Albert, and then peeks back at second to see what the runner's doing. Swiveling that head back and forth, and time called. Stepping out of the box, the lefty, Bernie Secoris. Kind of wanted to break up the Little gamesmanship going on out there at the mound. The choreography there, wanting to decide if he wants to pitch or to throw it to the bases. Fastball outside, 4-2. So Secoris getting up 2-0 on the count. Eric McNabb, Colton Graham, and Makai Brewer 2 through 4 in the order for the Eagles. But they do have 2 outs here in the top of the second, leading 1-0. 3 singles so far for McNabb, McPeters, and Kirkendall combined. Now the 2-0 pitch from Jordan. Fastball. This is going out towards left center field, heading towards the fence. Going, and it's gone. 394 is the feet distance out there. So an HR for Bernie Secoris to lead off the order. Pick up an RBI and a run for him as well and extend the lead to 2-0. Mentioned he was a leader in terms of 8 home runs this season. The whole team going to greet him now. That's number 7 on the season for Bernie Secoris. Getting some high fives and 10s from his teammates. And Hobbs up 2-0, just like that. Still 2 outs here. I'm sorry, 3, because we got a run scored. Forgot about that. That's Easton Kirkendall comes across. So 3-0 your score. Fastball for Jordan, late swing. And that is Eric McNabb. He had a single back in the first and also had a run scored. So 3-0 here in the top of the second. 4 hits for the Eagles so far. 0-1 pitch from Jordan. Fastball low and outside for ball 1. Count goes to 1-1. Colton Graham with the walk next, and then Makai Brewer, the cleanup man, who flew to center. Sun's behind the horizon now. The light's on here in Clovis. Fastball, late swing as the ball dropped across the plate. Eric McNabb tried to come over the top of it and could not get the bat on the ball. 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 down, make it 1-2 count now. This game slated for 7. Fastball check swing for McNabb. They're going to go down to first to see if they're going to call that too much of a swing. And the ump says, nope, we're good with that. We'll call that a ball here. Count to 1 or make it 2-2. Big pitch coming here from Will Jordan. Definitely got some size out there on the mound. Biggest pitcher I've seen so far in the district. The windup in the throw, fastball off the end of the bat, out towards right field. It should drop, but a nice dive. Nope, it ricochets. That will be a single in right field for Mendoza, the outfielder, trying to get it. And actually, he's going to wing that out to a double for Eric McNabb. Good effort out there by Mendoza to dive for that baseball. Of course, the wind is a situation here in both games of this doubleheader tonight. Earlier, about 45 sustained winds at some points. Gust up to about 60. So staying alive, the Eagles with those 2 outs, and now the runner at second is McNabb. Still 3-0 here in the top of the second. Eagles scored 1 run in the first and 2 here in the second. Colton Graham at the plate now, who walked back in the first inning. Here comes Jordan now, fastball high for ball 1. Graham racked up 2 runs in that first game, actually 3. A couple of hits, 3 singles to be exact, and 2 RBIs. So he was the offensive threat, 3 for 3 at the plate. Came in the series at 348 and has 20 RBIs, 22 with the 2 in the first game. Low fastball for ball 1. 2-0 count now to Colton Graham with 2 down. Hobbs up 3-0 over Clovis, top of the second. Runner at second, Eric McNabb with the big leadoff. Jordan going to come now with a curveball, clips the inside corner for the strike. 2-1 count now to Colton Graham, taking a few practice swings with just 1 hand on the bat. And Jordan continues to spy back at second. Kind of the face-off with him and Eric McNabb. Turns and shot is another curveball, same spot, inside corner for strike 2. Evens up the count, 2-2-2. Hobbs trailed early in the first game, 1-0, but then had 4 runs in the second, 3 in the fourth. Pretty much put the game away at that point. Went to a mercy rule victory, 15-4 the final, winning by 11. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, fastball low and inside, hits the plate, and that will send the runner to third. That's Eric McNabb now knocking at the door for the Eagles. Like to add another run on the scoreboard. Some applause coming from McNabb at third. Full count now, faced by Colton Graham. Coach Boyle giving him some words of encouragement to keep this movement alive here, not sitting down and expecting any pitch to be good close to the plate. Fastball outside will be ball 4. So Graham picking up his second walk. Been on base twice so far in this final game of the series. Runner at first and third now for the Eagles. That's McNabb at third and Graham at first. Makai Brewer, the cleanup man. Back in the first, he flew to center. And one of the Eagles' lefties. Eagles 18-4 on the season, 5-0 in district. Jordan taking his time, fires the fastball outside. The throw down to third. Is it there in time? Safe. And the steal converted to second, though, for Colton Graham, as all the attention was on the potential add-on run there for the Eagles. But diving the big mouth of dirt, I'm sure, Eric McNabb, he's back at third. Counts 0-1 to Makai Brewer. Curveball at the end of the bat, going to take a bounce to short. Lawson turns, fires, low one, bad throw over to the wall on the right side. That's going to be a errant throw, and it's going to score a run on the air. And they advance the runner to second. He gets tagged out at second. I think they're going to go ahead and count that run. Looks like the ump was pointing at the home plate. Yes, he was. So that will score a run, and that'll be Eric McNabb, but the out at second on the tag out there. So Makai Brewer got on due to an error. Lawson's throw was in the dirt at first base. But the Hobbs Eagles manage a couple of hits, 3 hits to be exact, including a home run by Bernie Secoris. They get 3 across the plate and leave none on as we head to the bottom of the second. Hobbs up 4-0 here in Clovis. We're back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back here live on a Friday night in Clovis, New Mexico, as the Hobbs Eagles lead 4-0, but the Wildcats coming to the plate here in the bottom of the second. Eagles so far with 5 hits in the ballgame offensively, and they picked up 2 walks, been struck out 3 times. At the plate for the Wildcats, 4th in the order, Coben Rivera takes the first pitch, fastball low for ball 1. Coben Rivera, the left fielder. Rivera in game 1 went 1 for 3, a 2 RBI triple in his first at bat. Ground out to second and struck out after that. Continuing on the mound for the Eagles, Marcus Alderetti. Curveball inside, hit high in the air near third base. Is going to go towards foul territory on the left, but then stays in as Colton Graham went out there to help. Bird was heading left in foul territory. Somehow the ball stays in and comes back, kind of a boomerang look there. And Graham could not get a grip on it as it hits the grass in shallow left field. So that will be going down as a single for Rivera. That was the first hit of the game for the Wildcats. And now Quinn Culliver steps up. No outs for the Wildcats, who trail 5-0. Fastball down the middle, swing and a miss on the strike for Quinn Culliver, the second baseman. Culliver went 0 for 3 in game 1. Hits low on the fastball, bouncer to Secoris, nails it over to Colton Graham at second, who covered back to first and hits the glove of McPeters and rolls to the Clovis dugout area. So that runner will get an automatic advancement to second. So they do get one out there on the fielder's choice by Culliver. But there is now a runner at second. That is Culliver after the errant throw coming from Colton Graham over to McPeters. I don't know quite if that was an errant throw. It did hit the glove kind of hard there, and it bounced off, and looks like McPeters trying to walk that one off now at first. So runner at second, one down here in the bottom of the second. It's 5-0 Eagles. Fastball off the end of the bat out towards right field. It'll be shallow. Secoris is going to go and get in front of the right fielder to make a one-handed catch over the shoulder. Secoris in front of Brewer on that one. Boy, gutsy play that time. Brewer with some speed coming from right field to help out there. So the fly out for Bernie Lopez to right for out number 2. Still 5-0 here in the bottom of the second. Derek Bretz, the first baseman, 7th in the order for Clovis. He was 0 for 1 in the first game, flew to short, and had a walk, so only 2 at-bats. Curveball hits him right in the middle of the back, or did he get out of it just in time? Yep, he spun out of it. Looked like the ball hung up in his back there for a second, but optical illusion, I guess. 1-0 count now to Bretz. Alderete fires a fastball outside and low for ball 1. Make it 2-0 count. Quinn Culliver, the man at second. Big leadoff for him. He knows there's 2 outs. Alderete goes to the fastball down the pike for the strike. Count goes to 2-1. And we'll be live next week. 3 more games in the regular season for District. Hobbs and Carlsbad on Thursday night, and then a doubleheader at Sportsman's Park to wrap up the regular season on Friday. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Alderete. Fastball bouncing off the plate, but into the glove of Singleton, the catcher. Count now 3-1. Brett 7th in the order. Mendoza and Gardley 8th and 9th. Heading towards halfway between second and third. Looking for steal is Bretz. Keeps dancing around. Fastball at the end of the bat goes foul right. It cracks down on the sidewalk. It takes a big bounce in foul territory. Full count now for Derek Bretz. Eagles up 5-0 here in the bottom of the second. The windup in the throw from Alderete. Fastball low and outside, and Singleton thought he lost the ball, and he kind of looked up in the air. It was in the webbing of his glove. It wasn't a fake job there. He definitely thought the ball had gone up in the air somewhere. Looks down at his glove, and there it was. Woke him up just a bit there. Of course, the headgear that they now wear nowadays looks more like those hockey goalie NHL gear, and very hard to see peripherally on those. A lot better safety issue, though. Fastball low for the strike. Oh, that was the third strikeout on, actually a catch was made. That was a ricochet into the glove of Singleton. They called that an out. Sorry about that. Didn't notice that was what the situation was. So that was out number 2 now for Clovis. And it's Josiah Mendoza, the right fielder, up now. He was 0 for 2 in the first game, a strikeout, and flew out to the pitcher, Zach McPeters, earlier tonight. 0-2 count now to Mendoza, 8th in the order. Fastball low, gets a dribbler down the first base line. Big battle. McPeters tries to come up with it, and then Secoris gets on first to help out, but the ball goes foul at the last second. And I don't think the Eagles would have made a play on that one. They had 3 guys in the area at first base, but I think the runner was too close to the bag for them to be able to get a throw there. So Hobbs dodging a bullet on that one, but there are 2 outs for the Wildcats. Runners at first and second. And the fastball, swing and a miss. That will sit down Mendoza. So the Wildcats get one hit. They leave two on base. No runs come across. We head to the top of the third. Your Eagles up 5-0 over Clovis. Come back with us in 60 seconds on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Back live here in Clovis, top of the third inning. Your Eagles up 5-0. Clarification on one of the last plays. What happened was Bretz was a drop third strike. I wasn't sure because Singleton had the ball in his actual webbing of his glove and thought it went up in the air, but then he spun around, and I guess they went ahead and let the runner advance. I must have bounced off the ground just in front of that plate and into his glove. And they said I guess it must have touched the ground first, so that's why they let the runner advance. So it wasn't an out there, but a third out or a drop third strike allowed the runner to advance. But regardless, 2 strikeouts to end the inning, and the Eagles up to bat, top of the third. And that will put fifth in the order. Zach McPeters takes the first pitch, low for the ball. Peters with an RBI single back in the first inning. Hobbs with a total of 5 hits so far. Here's the windup in the throw from Jordan. Fastball, swing and a miss for McPeters. Count goes to 1-1. Hobbs scoring 1 run in the first, 4 in the second. Jordan comes back with a fastball. Knuckler off the handle and a roll back to the middle of the backstop off the foul. Count evens up at 1-1. 7 innings slated in this game, at least in regulation. Hobbs with a good spot, though, at 5-0. Here's the windup in the throw from Jordan. Fastball, middle of the bat, back to the backstop again for McPeters, staying alive at the plate. Of course, Gus Macker basketball tournament coming up tomorrow in Hobbs and Sunday, too. Can get those words out. So lots of basketball action, hoops, slam dunk competition. Curveball inside, hit hard towards third on the ground to Lopez. Turns and fires a high one. Leaping catch in the webbing of the glove and the tag as well. As kind of spinning that glove around was Bretz to get the tag out. So that will send McPeters back to the dugout. That's a nice throw coming from third base from Lopez. 1 down for the Eagles as they'll bring up Major Bird. He's 6th in the order. Ground out to short, last out of the first inning. Fastball. Hear the glove on that one. The ball slapped into it, and Bird swinging a miss for him. No balls and a strike with 1 down for the Eagles here in the top of the third. Bird with the fastball. Go ahead, late strike call there. Looked like it dropped inside for a ball, but it's 0-2 now for Major Bird. Quick reload for Jordan. Fastball. This one hits the plate and blocked with the knees by Albert, the catcher behind the plate. Clovis will finish up their regular season with a matchup against Roswell. That will be for probably third place in the district. Fastball, swing and a miss, and that will be strike 3 for Major Bird. Out number 2 for the Eagles. That's the 4th strikeout for Jordan on the mound for the Wildcats. Out number 2 for the Eagles. And now Isaiah Montez steps up, the DH, 7th in the order. He struck out back in the second. A 5-1 run count in favor of the Eagles so far. Hobbs has also picked up 2 walks. Fastball goes low for ball 1. Montez kind of bouncing up and down just a bit, waiting for the pitch from Jordan. Fastball, little excuse-me swing that time, and not full extension on the bat, and Montez kind of points at his own chest and said, I need to have a better swing than that next time. Time called is the catcher Albert's going to head out and talk to his starting pitcher, Will Jordan. Hobbs number 5 in the Max Preps poll as of this week before the series started here. Carl's batted number 3, of course, also from the same district. So that's going to be a big series next week. 3 games. Carl's bad. Hobbs plays 1 on the road and then 2 at home. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Jordan. Fastball. Clips the outside corner for the strike. And shaking his head no. Right at the plate is Isaiah Montez, the lefty. Going to have to protect it here with the 2 strikes. Jordan's going to come back with a fastball, and over the top of it goes Montez for the 3rd strike. So Hobbs not getting much going there. Ground to third, 2 Ks, and we are going to the bottom of the 3rd. No runs come across for Hobbs in this part. 5-0 Eagles, though, with little cushion. Stay with us live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Back in 60. Your Hobbs Eagles lead 5-0 here, bottom of the 3rd, as Clovis comes up to bat. Wildcats managed 1 hit so far. Coben Rivera had a single back in the 2nd. Now up bottom of the order, Gardley, the center fielder. Gardley went 1 for 2 in game 1, had a double run and struck out. Of course, Clovis racking up 5 hits in the first game. Curveball from Alderete. Misses just inside for the ball. Quick reload for Alderete. Fastball hits low and outside for ball 2. 2-0 count now to Gardley. Clovis will head to the top of the order for the 2nd time here. Is Lawson up next. Albert and Jimenez 2 and 3 in the order. Fastball outside for ball 3. So well up on the count now is Gardley. Deep breath here for Alderete on the mound. Turns and fires. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. 3-1 now. No outs here in the bottom of the 3rd. Alderete goes curve inside and brushes back Gardley. He's off to a sprint on the walk. First walk of the game for the Wildcats. Top of the order now for Clovis. Justin Lawson, the shortstop, who struck out back to start the game in the 1st inning. He's one of the lefties.
Top of the order, Justin Lawson.
Leadoff coming at first now is Gardley. Does have some speed out there for the Wildcats. One for the throw from Alderete on the curve and clips that outside corner for the strike. Coach Singleton gets some words from the dugout now from coaching staff as the pitch coming, fastball outside for ball 1. Count now at 1-1. Kind of an errant throw coming back from Singleton. You could see Secoris out there at second, kind of sprinting forward because he thought it might get past Alderete on the mound. Good heads up to be watching what was going on. The throwback from the catcher. Curveball outside, way outside that time. Drops down on the ground and popped up. Singleton looking maybe for a throw and holds on to it instead. Count goes to 2-1. Two balls and 1 strike. Justin Lawson waiting for the pitch. Curveball inside. Late swing by Lawson. I don't know what the heck he was thinking on that one. The ball was almost in the glove of Singleton. He's kind of wiffle bats it, and I think he got a piece of it. It sails to the left backstop for the foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes down to Justin Lawson, top of the order for the Wildcats. Looks like Coach Cruz is the one that got the ball after the play. Came towards him in the actually unmarked coach's box on the left side, third base line. Out ready with the curveball. Check swing coming off the end of the bat. Hits off the light pole here, left side of the third base line. We got a player from each team trying to track it down and almost went head on behind home plate. And one had a batting helmet on for Clovis. The other was just a regular baseball cap. That would not have been a pretty sight there. 2-2 counts. Here comes Alderetti. Curveball inside off the end of the bat. This one's foul left. So roll down the left fence near the Hobbs Eagle dugout. So stand alive is Lawson, top of the order. Hobbs up 5-0 here in the bottom of the third. Almost halfway through here. Here's the pitch from Alderetti. Fastball again, late hit. Swing on the bat. It knocks off the net that time. Now we're getting a little racing action. Those 2 players that keep going after it are chasing it again. For Clovis, it's almost like a track meet going on there. Joe Albert, the catcher. And for the Hobbs Eagles, I don't think it's even in the lineup. Somebody from the dugout's been chasing it for Hobbs. That, I believe, I saw 16, but I don't think that's the number. We don't have one. Curveball inside, hit right to Secoris on the dribbler. He takes a sidearm to first base and connects with Zach McPeters for the 4-3. So on the grounder for Lawson. Be out number 1 for the Wildcats. I'll have to try to figure out what that number was, but they have a little competition to see who's going to get the foul balls that ricochet off the netting. Fans enjoyed that one for just a split second. Joe Albert up the catcher. He flew to center back in the first and calls time and steps out of the box.
Batter, Joe Albert.
Last year, the Eagles winning all 6 games. They played, or actually 4. They had 2 doubleheaders. Curve inside, whacked out to center field. Keeping it on the ground is Albert. That's going to score a run. An RBI single. The relay comes in to the pitching mound. So that will score the first run. So Alderetti actually covered home, and it was McPeters that headed to the pitching mound. So RBI single for Albert, as that will score Gardley. So score now 5-1. Clovis getting their first score of the ball game. Still 1 out. Josiah Mendoza, the DH, flew to the catcher behind home plate on the last out of the first inning. Of course, he had the big bat in the first game. It was 2 for 3 with the home run. RBI single, ended up with 2 RBIs total and 2 runs scored for the Clovis Wildcats, who lost that first game 15-4. Time was called, and as they get ready for the pitch here from Marcus Alderetti, runner at first. That's Albert, the RBI single, second hit of the game, by the way, for the Wildcats. Alderetti takes his time, turns and fires a curveball as it comes to the right outside corner for the strike. Holding on it was Jimenez. He is third in the order for the Wildcats. Takes a look over to Coach Cruz. 5-1 score. Hobbs still by 4. Bottom of the third. Alderetti says yes to the pitch call. Curveball outside, and Singleton thought about maybe popping up and throwing, but flinched a bit behind the plate and decided not to. Gives it back to Alderetti. Count to 1-1. A little bit of confrontation going on at first base. I think they're saying McPeters was crowding the base, though, and Coach Cruz came out to the third baseline and was clapping his hands at the umpire. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Curveball hits the plate, picked up by Singleton, jumped in front of the home plate, and held on the ball, though, and he was getting eager to try to throw somebody out and looking directly at Albert at first base. 2 balls and a strike now to Josiah Jimenez, the DH. Waggles the bat. Curveball. He's going to yank that out towards left field. Going back over the shoulder. It's going to take a roll to the wall. That should score a run if they're going to let the runner advance. A double at least. No, they're going to keep the runner third. So a double for Jimenez. Coach Cruz being conservative at third base, and right now it's Joe Albert is telling him, hey, let me go, Coach. Get a second run in this inning here. So 3 hits now for the Wildcats. Runners at second and third with just 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Hobbs still up by 4, though. Coben Rivera, he's 1 for 1 with a single. He had the first hit of the ball game to start the second inning. Force out at first right now for Hobbs with runners at second and third for the Wildcats. The fans are starting to come alive here. They see their team coming back in this one. Curveball inside for the ball. Singleton pops up and gets it back to his pitchers. He wants to keep those runners at bay. Rivera is a lefty. Looking back at second is out already. Fires a fastball outside for ball 2. Trying to stay away from loading the bases here. Still 5-1 score. Hobbs by 4. Bottom of the third with 1 down. 2-0 count now. Adderley looks back and then fires a fastball down the pike for the strike. Holding on it was Rivera. Count to 2-1. Listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube, the home of the Hobbs Eagles, brought to you by No Mark Broadcasting. Curveball inside and clips the inside corner. Rivera just kind of staring ahead that time and didn't realize that ball was still in play, and now the count to 2-2. Now Dreddy has struck out just 2 batters so far. Curveball clips the outside corner, and holding on it again is Rivera and pays the price, gets the K. Third K on the Wildcats off the pitching of Alderetti. Now 2 outs for the Wildcats. Still runners at second and third. That'll bring another lefty, Quinn Culliver. He had a fielder's choice back in the second. Eagles needing 1 out here to get out of this third inning. Curveball, swing and a miss for Culliver, and he trips on himself and stumbles backwards. Almost hit the deck that time, but got himself upright at the last second there. I think he crossed his legs as he was trying to swing. Fastball coming outside with it, swing and a miss for Culliver. So already starting to get into a rhythm here, trying to get that third out. 0-2 count now to Culliver, the second baseman. Here comes the pitch from Alderetti. Fastball off the end of the bat, gets some air underneath it towards shallow left. And a one-handed lefty catch there, pulled down by Kirkendall for out number 3 on the flyout. The Wildcats getting 2 hits. They get 1 run to come across, leave 2 on base, and we head to the top of the 4th. Your Eagles up 5-1. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Friday night baseball here. No Mark Broadcasting, HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Ty Friend here with you in Clovis. Hobbs up 5-1, top of the 4th. Slated for 7, game 2 of the doubleheader tonight to wrap up the 3-game series with these teams for district. 1 more series next week, 3 games versus Carlsbad. Home or away affair Thursday in Carlsbad, and then wrap it up with a doubleheader at Sportsman's Park. Good way to hopefully get a district championship in front of the home crowd. I have all those games for you live here on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Will Jordan continues to pitch for Clovis. Got a couple of umpires meeting with Coach Cruz there at the first base right now, and not sure what that was all about. As Coach Bowman kind of stepped up to make sure he could hear what was going on, and Cruz coming back out now to talk to the first base umpire about something. Now pointing towards the field. home plate umpire is going to hold on a second. There's still dialogue going on. Easton Kirkendall, 8th in the order for the Eagles. He is 1 for 1 at a single, a run, and a stolen base. Takes the first pitch low for ball 1. Singleton will round out the order for the Eagles. Again, Hobbs with 5 hits and 3 for the Wildcats. Fastball comes low for ball 2. Good eye for Kirkendall. Kirkendall on-base percentage of 45%. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Jordan. Fastball low and inside for ball 3. So Kirkendall a few pitches to burn here. Well ahead of the count. Top of the 4th inning, no outs for the Eagles. Jordan goes fastball and gets it in the strike zone for the first strike. 3 balls and 1 strike to Easton Kirkendall, the left fielder for the Eagles. Jordan's going to come back with a fastball. Knuckler over to third, goes through the legs of Lopez into left field on the ground. Hard hit. He's going to stretch it out to second. It's kind of a delay. The ball's thrown in. It goes all the way back to first on the overthrow by Rivera. So pretty hard hit there, but I'm not sure. Let's see if they call that an error. Nope. Yeah, they are going to go with an error on that one. So regardless, he gets all the way to second. So Kirkendall at second. He's the first runner on for the Eagles here in the top of the 4th. Kenyon Singleton now, bottom of the order. 0 for 1 with the strikeout back in the 2nd inning. Jordan taking a deep breath as he looks back at second. Turns and fires a fastball. Comes inside and low and bounces off the left side of the plate, and playing around a little bit with it is Albert as he was challenging Kirkendall to try to steal third, but Kirkendall is not going to take the bait there. Still a 5-1 ball game. Eagles, 1 run in the first, 4 in the second. Clovis getting their run bottom of the 3rd. Here comes the pitch. Fastball low for ball 2. Top of the order coming up quickly, Secoris. Of course, he got the home run earlier in the 3rd inning. Merrick McNabb second in the order. 2 for 2, a single and a double and 2 runs. Colton Graham with a pair of walks. So those 3 in the top all have been at base. Graham and McNabb both times, and Secoris 1 of 2 times. Time was called as Albert heads out and talks to his pitcher. Comes back, and we got a 2-0 count. Of course, we'll have Hobbs Eagle coverage throughout the rest of the regular season next week and then into the playoffs. 2 balls and no strikes to Singleton. Jordan looks back at second a couple of times, turns and fires. Fastball high for ball 3. Only 2 walks in the game so far for Colton Graham. He picked up both of them. Now an opportunity possibly for Singleton too, unless he decides to swing the bat here. But has 3 pitches ahead of his pitcher at this point. Here's the windup in the throw. Fastball inside for ball 4. Good eye for Singleton. So runners now at first and second after the walk. Top of the order, Bernie Secoris, 1 of 2. Struck out the first time to start the game, but then got a home run, solo, RBI and run on top of that. Looks like Eagles might have a courtesy run and a time call for Coach Cruz. Might be a change on the pitcher. Check our courtesy runner out here. That will be Hector Armendariz, getting us some time on the bases. Cruz still talking to Jordan. Has not taken the ball away from him yet, I don't think. So that's usually a sign that the pitcher is going to stay out there. He's given up 5 hits so far to the Eagles. 2 for McNabb and 1 apiece for Secoris, McPeters, and Kirkendall. Also 2 walks. And has struck out 5 batters. The plate umpire is going to walk out to the mound now and say, Coach, if you're not going to pull him, it's time for you to go back to the dugout. No outs for the Eagles here in the top of the 4th. And now Coach Cruces will break up the committee meeting and head back to the dugout. Coach Bowman getting a chance to talk to his player, too. That's Kenyon Singleton at first. Bernie Secoris says it's time for me to bat. Gets into the lefty mode here. Will Jordan standing upright on the rubber right now with his feet spread apart and deciding when he wants to get away from watching those runners. The windup and the throw. Fastball down the middle goes low for ball one. Walk here would load the bases. Eagles going to their order the third time now. Clovis has been through about 1.5. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, showing bunt, and it's going to be foul on the backstop left. Kind of jabbing at it that time was Bernie Secoris. Looked like he had the foil method going on there for some fencing action. Didn't show bunt until the last second on that one. 1 ball and 1 strike to Secoris. McNabb, Graham, and Brewer 2 through 4 in the order next, with no outs here in the top of the 4th. 5-1 score. Eagles in the lead. Jordan staring back at second. Turns, fires. Fastball outside. A little flinch there from Secoris. Decide not to go around on it. Good idea. Count goes to 2-1 on the ball. Winds have died down considerably here as we move along here in the second game of the doubleheader. Probably down about 10 to 15 miles per hour. We'll see if the gusts come back, though. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Jordan. Fastball, swing and a miss for Secoris. Count goes to 2-2. Secoris kind of stretching out after that one. Trying to get a little bit more loose to make some contact here. Jordan's going to make you wait to get the pitch. That's definitely for sure in this case. Here comes the fastball inside for ball 3, and the Hobbs Eagle dugout keeps screaming at Jordan before he releases the ball on the mound there, trying to get in his head just a bit, kind of laughing about it the last time. So kind of cat calling it all of the second. All of a sudden, right before he pitches, they start screaming, and now they're going to call the balk. He's getting ready to pitch and drop the ball in front of the rubber. I think that's because of the Eagles cat calling him over there and shaking his head on that one. He's starting to get into a stretch, and the ball just came out of his hands right in front of the rubber. So that's going to advance runners to second and third now for the Eagles. And that includes Kirkendall at third and Singleton at second. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Secoris. Fastball high and outside. There's a walk. That's the 4th walk given to the Eagles. And now second in the order, Eric McNabb, who's perfect, 2 for 2. Had a single and a run in the first inning. And a double and a run in the second inning.
The Eagle batter is Eric McNabb.
McNabb was 1 for 3 in game 1, a RBI double. Had a run scored, a couple runs, and also was hit by a pitch. Boy, that dugout for the Eagles continues to bark at Jordan. Colton Graham calls times. He steps out of the box. He's got 2 walks so far. Also got a stolen base, so he's been perfect on the bases, 2 for 2. Not 2 for 2 in bats, but at least on base percentage. Here's the windup of the throw from Jordan. Fastball goes outside, but barely clips the corner according to the umpire and gets the strike called. The Eagles have bases loaded now with no outs. So crunch time here for Jordan on the mound for the Wildcats. Here comes the pitch, fastball, low and outside for ball 1. Hobbs Eagle Baseball here on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. A little more of a delay this time for Jordan. Turns, fires, fastball. Off the middle of the bat, goes foul right, out of play for McNabb. One ball and 2 strikes to Eric McNabb. Eagles came into this series at .313 batting average as a team. 1-2 pitch, fastball, hits the deck, and it's going to roll to the backstop. That will be a wild pitch and scoring a run as Kirkendall puts it on for the Eagles. Now 6-1 in favor of Hobbs, up by 5. Runners at second and third, no out still. Graham continues to be on the plate for the Eagles, that 2-2 count. Mackay Brewer up next. The windup and the throw. Fastball off the handle to the right net behind home plate. Trampoline look there as it bounces off. Not seeing any more competitions to chase foul balls anymore from each dugout. That must just be a one-on-one thing that was going on earlier. 2-2 count still for Colton Graham, or excuse me, Eric McNabb. Fastball, bouncer. It's going to be right in front of the plate, taken down by Albert the catcher. Fires a hard one to first, and a zinger as it's caught by Bretz for the out. So a grounder for McNabb. Back right in front of the plate, actually, there as the catcher jumps up there, Albert, to make the play. One out for the Eagles. Third in the order now, Colton Graham. He's got 2 walks, so I was getting behind on the batting order there. Graham with 2 walks and a stolen base. Runners on second and third, knocking at the door for the Eagles, trying to extend the 5-run lead. Here's the windup in the throw from Jordan. Fastball. Ooh, they call that a strike, and Graham was asking why, what was he supposed to get out a golf club or what for that? But the ball did kind of a drop as it came across the plate. That's what the umpire saw up close. Jordan stares down third. Turns and fires a fastball outside for ball 1. A little outside that time. Boy, big leadoff going on at second as well. That's Bernie Secoris. He's almost getting halfway to third. But not much coverage going on near the second bag. He's not worried about it. He continues to stretch his legs out there at second behind his butt. Fastball high and outside, almost wild. That'll be ball 2. I'm not sure if that was as wild as it really was, because it looked like Albert was trying to get those runners thinking that was going to hit the net, and he'd say, yep, I've got it in my glove, and little tag out there at home. 2 balls and a strike now to Graham. Still screeching coming from the Hobbs Eagle dugout. Curveball, swing and a miss. And that'll be strike 2 for Graham. He put a bunch of ump behind that swing. Still up a 5-run lead for the Eagles, 6-1 here in the top of the 4th. Hobbs has put across 1 here in this inning. Take a little breath now as Jordan on the mound. Comes with the fastball, whacked out towards right center. It's going to go over the shoulder and roll towards the wall, and that will score a run. It'll be a double. 2 runs are scored, make it a triple. So a 2 RBI triple and a slide into third for Colton Graham. So 2 runs come across, and that includes Kenyon Singleton and Bernie Secoris. Eagles will tack on 2 more, now lead 8-1 here in the top of the 4th. Just 1 out still as well. And the runner at third now after the triple for Colton Graham. Hobbs up by 7 runs here. Curveball inside, and good slap at the ball that time by Mackay Brewer. That'll go foul left into the parking lot. Mackay flew out to center in the first at-bat and got on due to an error in the second. Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Jordan. Fastball at the end of the bat, out to left center. That's going to drop. It'll take a roll as well. At least a double. He might stretch it out. He's got some speed. Run will score on the RBI. Coach Boyle's going to send him to third, and he'll just get there plenty of time. The throw into third, diving swoop at it by Lopez to save it from going out of bounds there. So a triple for Makai Brewer, RBI trip. 2 back-to-back triples. And that will score Graham. So Eagles now up 9-1. 8-run lead for the Hobbs squad. Here in the top of the fourth, they're starting to get close to that mercy roll once again. Still just 1 out for the Eagles, and the runner at third is Brewer after a triple. Jordan goes to the fastball inside for ball 1. Four runs that come across here in the top of the fourth for the Eagles with that 8-run lead. Jordan going to come back with a fastball. Late swing and kind of getting a wide stance there. Not really good footwork of that one for Zach McPeters. With a 1-1 count. McPeters is 1 for 2 in RBI single and ground out to third. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Jordan. Curveball inside, golf swing, and hits hard into the left netting behind home plate. So McPeters getting some good contact that time. On the season, McPeters with a total of 12 RBIs. Fastball, watches it to the glove of the catcher for the ball, low for 2-2 count. McPeters did not have an at-bat in the first game as he was the starter on the mound and won the ball game, of course. Mercy roll, 15-4, game 1. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Jordan. Fastball, low and inside, hits the plate, is going to roll back to left backstop, and that will score the run on the wild pitch. And that's Makai Brewer. So Hobbs trying to get that mercy roll, it looks like. 10-1 now, 9-run lead. It seems to be that's the situation that Clovis finds themselves in. They've led several games against the Eagles early, and then things start to fall apart. Hobbs has racked up 5 runs here in the fourth now. 10-1 your score. Here's the windup and the throw from Jordan. Curveball inside, hit hard out to left center, but a nice run from right to left to make the catch is the center fielder, Gardley, for out number 2 on the flyout by McPeters. Good contact there for Zach, though. Again, wind is not much of a condition in this game as it was in the first. Major Bird up now. He's 6th in the order, 0 for 2, ground to short for the last out of the first, and also had a strikeout. He's due one here. Fastball comes inside and low for ball 1. 2 down for the Eagles here in the top of the fourth. 10-1 lead. 7 hits so far for the Eagles. Fastball outside, swing and a miss for Bird. Count goes to 1-1. So 7 hits for the Eagles and 3 hits for the Wildcats. Here comes the 1-1 from Jordan. Fastball right down the middle for the strike. Bird just took an eye on that one to see what Jordan had to offer. Count goes to 1-2. The delivery, fastball hits the plate and rolls wild for ball 2. Hobbs working on a 6-0 record in district with a win here in this second game. 2-2 count out to Major Bird. Pitch fastball, and why was he watching that one? That was right down the middle, and unfortunately, Bird's going to get that third and final strike and out number 3. So the Eagles with a couple of hits, nobody on the bases left. They bring 5 across in that top of the fourth, leading 10-1. We'll go to the bottom of the fifth. The Wildcats at the plate. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. It's 10-1. Your Eagles up by 9. Bottom of the fourth, the Wildcats home team up to the plate. Marcus Alderete still on the mound for your Eagles. So far, he's only given up 3 hits, just a total of 1 walk and 3 Ks at this point. Up at the plate for the Wildcats, Bernie Lopez. He's 6th in the order. Flew out to right back in the second inning. Clovis only about halfway through their second rotation of batters here. The Eagles already into their 4th, or making their 3rd. Halfway down the 3rd rotation. Looks like they got a new assistant coach. He's going to be out of third base now in the box. Fastball down the middle, swing and a miss, and getting the splits going on there is Bernie Lopez. Putting a little bit out of whack that time. Takes the first strike on the miss. Quick reload for Alderete, and the fastball going way outside, hits the netting, and had to be tracked down by Singleton. Count goes to 1-1 now to Lopez. Bretz, Mendoza, and Gardley, 7th through 9th in the order. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Alderete, fastball hits low for ball 2. Two balls and a strike now to Lopez. The windup in the throw, fastball, swing and a miss for Lopez. Again, gets those legs spread out quite far. Now facing a 2-2 count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Quick reload for Alderete, fastball, fairly low outside for ball 3. Full count now as Alderete continues to face Lopez. Going to be a big pitch coming here. Hobbs does not want to be giving up any runners if they can help it. Fastball clips the outside corner, and already ready to run down the base to first base was Lopez, and he was told by the umpire, nope, you're going to the dugout instead. So a strikeout on Lopez. That's the 4th K from Alderete today in this second game of the doubleheader. Should I say tonight? 1 down for the Wildcats. Fastball, middle of the bat, and to the right backstop for Bretz. Derek Bretz is 0 for 1, struck out back in the second inning. Bretz did manage to pick up a walk in game 1. Curveball near elbow high for the ball. Count goes to 1-1 with 1 down here in the bottom of the 5th. Bottom of the 4th, I should say. Fastball down the middle for the strike. Nice pitch from Alderete, mixing it up just a bit. Count to 1-1. Eagles with 1 run in the first, 4 in the second, and 5 in the 4th. Curveball almost hits the back of Bretz, and he kind of stepped towards the plate to get away from it. Singleton went behind him and came up with a catch there, but a little do-si-do going on between the two. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Alderete not wasting any time. Curveball, and jacked up to the foul territory left side and going to the street near the parking lot. Completely out of play there. Good pop for Bretz, trying to get this evened up just a bit. Count to 2-2. Wide up in the throw from Alderete. Curveball clips right down the middle, and there's the strike 3. Bretz struck out twice so far. 6 Ks now for Marcus Alderete. 8th in the order, Josiah Mendoza. He struck out back in the second for the final out. He's one of the lefties. So starting to get into a groove now is Marcus Alderete, working on his 4th win of the season on no losses. First pitch, fastball, misses barely the outside corner for the ball. Gardley will round out the order next for the Wildcats with 2 down. Curveball inside, and spinning out of it is Mendoza. Singleton returns a little bit too quickly from behind the plate and ricochets off of Alderete as to chase it behind the mound. Free broadcast of Hobbs Eagle Baseball brought to you by No Mark Broadcasting. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Curveball inside off the end of the bat. Rolls out to the right netting and in foul territory. 2 balls and 1 strike down to Josiah Mendoza, the right fielder. Gardley, who's up next, has a walk and a run scored to finish up the order. Curveball inside off the end of the bat. This is head towards right field. Might have the distance. No, it's going to stop short. And a catch made by Brewer. Boy, the Hobbs Eagle fans pretty loud here in Clovis tonight. I think they had more show up towards the second game. Thought that was going to go to the wall, but a nice movement for Brewer, moving from right field, shifting over just a bit, and making the catch. Thought that had more velocity than it did, as the wind's not aiding anything in this game. So the fly out for Josiah Mendoza, and that will be out number 3. No hits, nobody on the bases, no runs scored. We head to the top of the 5th. Your Hobbs Eagles up by 9. The magic number is 10 in terms of the mercy roll, but of course that'll be one more at-bat for Clovis in this 5th inning. We'll take a break. Hobbs up 10-1. You're listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Relief pitcher is checked in for the Clovis Wildcats here in the top of the 5th inning. Zane Uristay, he did play some in the first game as a relief pitcher as well. Don't see that very often back-to-back games, but last hurrah for Clovis. They do not want the Eagles to tack on any more runs. That would get to a mercy rule situation, although they would get another at-bat here in the 5th. 10-1 the score, a 9-run lead for the Eagles. 10 is the magic number for the mercy situation. So Uristay getting an opportunity to play back-to-back games on the mound. Hobbs in the batting order at number 7, Isaiah Montez, who struck out twice so far. So Jordan finished up a total of 4 innings of work. Eagles able to mount 7 hits. Also picked up 4 walks and were struck out 6 times. Isaiah Montez, the lefty, comes in now. He's the DH in this game. 2 Ks so far for him, so he definitely wants to be a base runner as we get down towards the end of the ball game. Fastball outside for ball 1 from Uristay. Just a sophomore, 8 sophomores on the roster for the Wildcats. 10-1 your score here in the bottom or top of the 5th. Fastball clips the outside corner for the strike. Hear the glove on that one. Nice little snap action there. Uristay, a little bit quicker release there than what we saw from Jordan. The 1-1 pitch, curve it inside, and a little high for ball 2. Good eye for Montez. Kirkendall and Singleton 8th and 9th in the order for the Eagles. Kirkendall picked up a single earlier and a walk for, or a single for Kirkendall and a walk for Singleton. Wind up in the throw from Uristay. Fastball, a little late swing there for Montez for the strike. Count to 2-2. Waggling the bat just a bit behind his left ear is Montez. Still waiting for Uristay, who slowed it up a little bit. Time called, and Montez went to break up the monotony there. Catcher going to go out and talk to the new pitcher, Uristay. Albert out there to talk to him. Friday Night Baseball brought to you by No Mark Broadcasting on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Of course, you can always review the games if you like on YouTube, as they will stay on there for the rest of the season. That includes the Roswell 3-game series we just finished up. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Isaiah Montez. Curveball inside, a knuckler. Going to go right back to the pitcher. Ricochets off of him. Picked up by the shortstop. That was Lawson. Fires it to first and gets it there just in time to Bretz on the 5-3. I didn't think that was going to get there in time as it went hard off the glove of Uristay on the mound. And that took a little bit of velocity off of it. Good adjustment by Lawson at short to get the outs. 8th of the order now, Easton Kirkendall. He's 1 of 2. Got on with a single Had a stolen base and a run to go along with that. Got on due to an error in his second at bat, but did score a run eventually. Uristay fastball, and he does a chopper down the third base line, but it goes foul right before it hits third base. Shuffling over there to try to make the play. Actually have a new third baseman, it looks like. Was Lopez. I think there's been a sub out there. Let me check who that was. Looks like number 14, which I don't have that on the roster, so number 14 looks like he's the new third baseman. Counts 0-1 now. Kirkendall always likes to start with his back kind of arched back just a bit. 0-1 pitch, curveball, it's going to hit him right in the back. Give him a free base, hit by pitch. Or did it? Wait, no, it looks like he's going to stay in the box here. They're going to say he turned into the pitch. Boy, it looked like a pretty easy call there. Hobbs fans not liking that one. So 1 ball and 1 strike now to Kirkendall. 1 down for the Eagles here in the top of the 5th. They need at least 1 run to get this mercy roll. Fastball hit hard out towards right center. I think it's going to be shallow. Should be a catch made. And the right fielder gets in front of the center fielder to make the catch there. That was Mendoza in front of Gardley that time for out number 2 on the flyout for Kirkendall. So Hobbs trying to get the bats going just a little bit better here as they go to the bottom of the order now. Kenyon Singleton, who's 0 for 1, a strikeout and a walk, also scored a run. So 1 run away from the mercy rule, in effect. 10-1 score, top of the 5th. Secoris, McNabb, and Graham at the top of the order for the Eagles. They have a chance to get there. 2 down here. Curveball inside. That does hit Singleton this time. And that's just the first time that somebody's been hit by a pitch in this game. First game, there was a couple more situations like that. There was 4 hit by pitches there. Courtesy runner checking in for the Eagles at first. And that's going to be Hector Armendariz. Second time out as a courtesy runner. Top of the order now, Bernie Secoris. He is 1 of 2, had an RBI homer with a run. That was himself a solo homer, walk and a run too. So 2 runs scored for him so far. Trying to get the offense fired up here. Curveball sails low inside for ball 1. McNabb, Graham, and Brewer, 2 through 4, coming up next. But there are 2 outs to deal with here for the Eagles. They lead by 9 runs here in the top of the 5th. Uristay looks at first, fires a curve, whacked hard out towards right field. Going to see if it gets a little curve on this one. Gets down on the ground, the drop, and getting off first base and falling, but he's going to go back to first. The runner's going to stay at third on the single by Secoris. Hobbs Eagle fans getting a lot more vocal here in game 2 and sound like the home team at this point. So a single for Bernie Secoris. Now a runner knocking at the door for the Eagles, and that is Kenyon Singleton at third. Eric McNabb, who's 2 for 3. Single to start the game with the run, double with the run, and then a grounder to short. 2 down for the Eagles, though. Runners at first and third. Uristay taking some time now, looking at both first and third base, checking the runners. Turns and fires. Curveball inside for the ball. McNabb came into this doubleheader with 14 RBIs. Still long today for Uristay now. Had an RBI in the first game, so add 1 more to his numbers. Curveball, swing and a miss. Oh, it comes a ricochet and bounces off the bat into play after hitting part of his body as well off the leg of McNabb. So he'll have to reset here. Count goes to 1-1 with 2 outs. Eagles runners at first and third. Still a 10-1 ball game. Uristay swiveling that neck quite a bit there, the bases. Curveball outside for ball 2. That got Albert jumping up the catcher to make that sure it wasn't going to go wild to bring home the run for the Eagles. Again, Singleton sitting at third and Secoris at first after a single. Some barking coming from the Hobbs Eagle dugout, trying to fire up their teammate to swing the bat hard. Here comes Uristay with the pitch. Fastball outside and low for ball 3. So getting ahead of the count now is McNabb. Doesn't have to swing at the next one if he doesn't want to. Trying to get in the head of that sophomore on the mound for the Wildcats. Uristay in relief of Will Jordan. 3 balls and 1 strike now. Uristay takes a peek at first. Turns and fires a fastball, and getting off the end of the bat there does McNabb, but it's going to go foul. Luckily, gets off over the sidewall near the Clovis dugout on the right side, out of play, and had 3 guys chasing it, including the first baseman. That was Bretz out there. It looked like he had an opportunity maybe to put the glove over the fence there and make a catch, but it hit into the bullpen area for Clovis. Full count now to Eric McNabb. 1 run would make this a mercy roll situation. Clovis still gets an at-bat here coming up in the bottom of the 5th. Uristay now. Fastball inside a knuckler. Going to hit off the hand of McNabb and then quickly drop down underneath his feet. We'll call that the foul and stop the action. Boy, Secoris was already at second at that point. We got some more wind gusts starting to pick up here in this second game of the doubleheader. It's been kind of calm since the second inning. Still a full count situation for Eric McNabb. Uristay looks behind the plate, gets the call he wants from Albert, the catcher. Fastball outside low, and that will barely be a walk. Little flinch here by McNabb. Gotta hold your breath on that one. So he'll get the freebie going to first. That's the 5th walk issued to the Eagles so far. Runners now on all 3 bases. And Colton Graham, the man they're going to give a chance to try to hit somebody home. He's got a 2 RBI triple, scored a run, 2 walks, and a stolen base. So he's been on all 3 times so far, and perfect opportunity to get the Eagles their 10-run lead here. Uristay, fastball outside for ball 1. Graham in game 1 had 2 RBIs. Scored 2 runs, 3 runs, went 3 for 3 at the plate. 22 RBIs on the season now for him. Actually 24 with the 2 that he got in this game. So definitely helping out the offense for the Eagles. Fastball outside for ball 2, and that's going to bring out Coach Cruz. Does not want to see the Eagles get that 10-run lead here, and is going to come out and talk to his sophomore on the mound. 10-1 Eagles here in the top of the 5th. Wind starting to pick up again in Clovis. We'll take a quick 30-second break. Come back live on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Wildcats going to keep their relief pitcher on the mound here in the top of the 5th. That's Uristay. Hobbs leading 10-1. Again, the wind starting to pick up again late in this contest. A lot gustier than what we've been seeing for quite a few innings here. At the plate, Colton Graham. We mentioned he's 1 for 1 with 2 walks and almost gets hit with the ball. Gets loose beside the left of the base there, home plate, and Albert has to chase it down the catcher. So Graham, again, we mentioned 1 for 1, the 2 RBI triple, run scored, 2 walks, and a steal. So doing some good numbers here. Been on base all 3 times. 2 down for the Eagles, though, in the top of the 5th. They lead by 9. Uristay with the windup and the throw. Fastball outside will be ball 4, and that is a walk and an RBI. So there's the 10-run lead. Hobbs fans are liking that one. Try to get home a little bit earlier if they can. And that's going to score Singleton, I believe. Was that who came across? Yes, Singleton scores. Now 11-1, Hobbs by 10. The lefty Makai Brewer, cleanup man. He had a RBI triple run scored. His last at bat. Fastball. He'll whack it towards first. It gets by the first baseman. A hard one. That's going to score at least one run, make it two. Will be at least a double. Now make it three scoring. The throw to the plate and safe. So Hobbs will get some more runs coming across. And all the way to third goes Makai Brewer. So go ahead and give him a double on that one. 3 RBI double. And now 14-1. Talk about some insurance runs and put this into mercy rule. A lot of guys getting in on that one. Secoris, McNabb, and Graham. Secoris by himself, or Brewer by himself now at third. Now it's Zach McPeters. Takes the first fastball outside for ball one. Peters is 1 for 3. RBI single to start it off. He had a ground to third and a fly to left center field. 14-1, your Eagles by 13 here in the top of the fifth. And if Clovis ain't able to get underneath 10 runs, this game will be over here in the fifth. Fastball, and getting in the middle of the bat and fouling it off right is McPeters. He's fifth in the order for the Eagles. Bird, Montez, and Kirkendall due up next. But there are 2 outs for the Eagles. Brewer knocking at the door at the third base after a 3 RBI double. More of a delay this time for Uristay on the mound. The windup and the throw, curveball, and hits the left hip of McPeters. He throws his fist up in the air. That didn't feel good, you can tell that. Second hit by pitch. Him and Singleton been knocked with one by Uristay, the sophomore. That's going to bring up Major Bird now for the Eagles. He is 6th in the order. He's 0 for 3, ground to short, and had a couple of strikeouts too.
Major Bird, the batter.
Boy, some big Gus hit now here in Clovis. They see some activity going on in the Hobbs Eagle bullpen. I'm not sure, maybe they're going to make a switch at pitcher here. Bottom of the fifth. Wait and see about that. Uristay goes to the fastball down the middle for the strike. Count now 0-1. 2 down here on the top of the fifth. 14-1 Eagles. They got 4 runs so far here in the fifth inning. 5 back in the fourth. So 9 total here in the last 2 innings. Here comes the 0-1. Curve it inside and a foul off to the right for Bird. Count goes to 0-2 now for Major Bird. Runners at first and third now for the Eagles. Uristay says yes to the pitch. Call from behind by Albert. Fastball down the middle. This is going long towards left center field. Is it going to get over or not? No, it's going to take a bounce. That'll score 2 runs on a 2 RBI double. I don't think they're going to get in on time. Nope, they're going to keep it a double. They finally get the relay in. They had 4 players out there trying to get that one back. So Bird with the double, his first hit of the ball game, and again 2 RBIs. That will score Makai Brewer, and also Zach McPeters comes across. Now 16-1 Eagles, and starting to get this one out of reach for the Wildcats, who are down by 9. It looked like the Eagles are going to be out of luck to get the mercy roll with 2 outs, but they're racking them up here. 6 runs scored here in the fifth, top of. The lefty now, Isaiah Montez. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and a ground to short. He is due one here in the 7th slot as the DH. Runner at second. Fastball outside, swing and a miss for Montez. Again, next week, the Eagles will be on the road Thursday at Carlsbad. Doubleheader to finish up the regular season. At home at Sportsman's Park Friday night. And in the playoffs. Uristay looks back at second to check the runner. That's Bird. Time called. Stepping out of the box is Montez. Kirkendall and Singleton 8th and 9th in the order for the Eagles. Eagles are about halfway through their 4th rotation of batters here. Another time called as Montez will step out again. Takes a chop at the front of his right foot now. Really concentrating is Montez. comes back in the box. No balls and a strike with 2 down for the Eagles here in the top of the 5th, leading 16-1 over Clovis. Little bounce at the rubber there for Uristay. Fastball down the middle is going to be a bouncer to second, scooped up at second by Culliver, and the throw to first to get the third and final out over to Bretz on the 4-3. The ground out for Montez to finish up the inning. Eagles picking up a total of 3 hits. They score 6 runs and leave 2 on base. 16-1, heading to the bottom of the 5th. The last hurrah for the Wildcats. Got to get underneath 10 to get this going on any further. Listening live to Hobbs Eagle Baseball on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Bottom of the 5th inning, your Eagles up 16-1 over Clovis. Last at bat for Clovis, unless they can get quite a few runs here. It's at 15 margin at this point. Got to get it down to under 10. Marcus out already with the curveball, and they're going to hit the first batter here. And that will be Gardley, hit by the pitch. He'll get to go to first on a free gift there. Top of the order now for Clovis is their 3rd time through the rotation. Justin Lawson, the shortstop. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground to second. Still a 15-run lead, the lefty Lawson. Marcus Already going the distance in this one. The windup in the throw. Curveball off the end of the bat. Going to go right to Graham on the bouncer. Flicks it to second, and the throw to first on the double play. So that will be the 6-4-3. Nice job for Graham. He was thinking about running and just tagging the base with his foot, but instead shuffles it off to second to Secoris for that first out of the double play. So 2 down now. Second in the order, Joe Albert. He's 1 for 2. Curveball inside. He hits a blooper to second. Backpedal for Secoris and makes the catch for the out number 3. That's all she wrote for the Wildcats. A double play, no hits, nobody on the bases, and no runs scored. The Eagles getting the victory 16-1 over Clovis. So they rack up all 3 wins of the series and go to 6-0 in district, dropping the Wildcats to 0-6. We'll take a 3-minute break, come back with the Hobbs Eagle postgame show here on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Welcome back to Clovis. The Hobbs Eagles victorious 16-1 in Game 2 of the doubleheader, 15-4 in Game 1. Both Mercy Roll victories, 15 in Game 2 and a 11-run win in Game 1. So your Hobbs Eagles now 6-0 in district, and they're now 19-4 overall in terms of record. Let's look at the numbers in this Game 2. Only 3 hits for the Clovis Wildcats. Joe Albert went 1 for 3 with an RBI single. Josiah Mendoza went 1 for 2 with a double. And Coben Rivera went 1 for 2 with a single. So 3 hits for the Wildcats. Just 1 walk issued in this game from Marcus Alderete and 5 strikeouts in that victory. For the Hobbs Eagles, though, they finished up with a total of 10 hits. Let's go down the list. Bernie Secoris went 2 for 3. He had a home run, which he tacked on an RBI and a run. It was a solo homer. Also a single, and finished up with 3 runs for a 2 for 3 night for him. Eric McNabb went 2 for 3 as well. He had a single to start off with a run, a double with a run, and a walk with a run. So 3 runs totaled for Eric McNabb. Colton Graham went 1 for 1, started off with 2 walks and a stolen base. Got a 2 RBI triple and a run scored, and a RBI walk with the run scored. So he finished up with 3 runs and 3 RBIs. Again, went 1 for 1 and 3 walks on top of that. Makai Brewer went 2 for 4. He had a RBI triple with a run scored, a 3 RBI double with a run scored, so ended up with 4 RBIs and 2 runs on top of his 2 hits. Zach McPeters went 1 for 3 with an RBI single, was also hit by a pitch and scored a run. Major Bird went 1 for 4 with a 2 RBI double. Isaiah Montez did not get a hit in this game, unfortunately. Easton Kirkendall was 1 for 3 with a single, also scored 2 runs and had a stolen base. Again, the Hobbs Eagles with 10 hits, 6 walks, and 6 strikeouts in the ball game. Marcus Alderete is the winner of the contest on the mound, has a 4-0 record now. Again, he only gave up 3 hits, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts in this contest. So the Eagles winning this one 16-1 and put the 6th win in district in the books and win all 3 games against the Clovis Wildcats in Mercy Roll fashion. Next up for the Eagles, next Thursday night, they'll be on the road in Carlsbad and finish up with a doubleheader at home at Sportsman's Park, hopefully to put on a district crown. Of course, Carlsbad playing Roswell. They won 11-0 last night. They have a doubleheader going on tonight as well, and more than likely will be 6-0 too. So that should be a barn burner of a series, 3 games next week. We'll have those for you on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Hope you enjoyed the games tonight as the Hobbs Eagles going victorious 15-4 and 16-1 outscoring Clovis 31-5 in the affairs. I'm Ty Friend signing off. I'd like to thank Tiffany Stuber back at the station monitoring us live on the internet, and we hope to see you next Thursday night in Carlsbad. Have a great rest of a weekend out there.